Ba-dum, 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 ba-dum. Hello. Oh man. Today is Sunday, huh? Okay. Another day, another week, another fucking month. And we're done with all that shit. Okay. As I open up Factorio, there's a mod or two that I think I want to add. For QOL purposes, mostly. So, oh, time to mostly just be sitting here, chilling, big stretching. Drink some water. I don't know if I want to add more planets. I kind of want to. Because the more the merrier. You know? I could. Wouldn't that cause problems with your save? Maybe. It could. It's possible. Never know until you try. Just do it offline. Just do some testing. See what happens. That's why I need to head back to my house. That's what I need to do tomorrow. Shouldn't be bad. But there's this particular mod that I want to put on, which is basically like a belt upgrader mod. Just to make it 10 times easier to upgrade the fucking belts, because I don't want to fucking upgrade the belts manually, because that's just a pain in the fucking ass. Don't wanna. So. Oh man. Well, I guess in the meantime, we simply sit around und wait. We must shit und wait. For the game to load, because I have many mods on there. It do be like that sometimes. It really do. belt. It's belt visualizer. I think it's this. I think it's called belt line upgrade. Wait, quality now affects belts. Wait, can I get like access to the loader? Right, that's only a thing from Crastorio. Alright. Reload the game time. Give me the belt upgrader thing, because I just want to fucking deal with all this bullshit, because it takes forever. Pete Bootysucker discusses Palestine. Oh, was that so? Interesting. I'll take a look at that. See what a potential future for the Democratic Party might look like. Because, oh boy, the Democratic Party. And we're here. Huh? 9 foundries. Are we making carbon? Yeah, we are. Make that a fucking requester chest. Okay, let's still make more foundries. Let's start to instead make some liquid metal smelting. So this is a temporary setup, and we have some initial foundries. We're going to now use foundries in order to make more materials to make more foundries. That's the plan. Basically. Not to mention, I also wanted to make use of all the fucking excess raw resources that we had from taking those stone apart. While cleaning out the base. If we want to have room to build, we're gonna need to take out the demolishers. Yeah, we're gonna have to kill the demolishers. There's only 2 of them. We can make some guns. Shipping uranium ammo? That's probably unnecessary. Probably just do it with piercing. Yeah, we're gonna have to evict the inhabitants. Not ideal that everything's going to be a little far away, but it's not the end of the world, to be honest. In the meantime, let's make some offshore pumps. Make some intermediate products. Three is a lot of lava, but it's more than enough. Alright. Let's get these bad boys going. We start to make more and more and more and more. What do we want? First, we will make molten iron from lava. In the meantime, LFV, I need you to just give me more pipes. Actually, no, I don't need them. I need it to give me more pipes. I'll just make pipes and foundries. Bulks. Take care of all the excess stone. We already have a boatload of that stuff, so get rid of all the stone byproduct. Eventually this will all be fed, but for now, we just want to make more foundries with our foundries and stuff. Until we can build the real base. Or an actual base. Okay, let's start to make some shit. We want steel. Steel plates. And let's go with steel and plates for now. Nothing too crazy. We don't need a ton. Oh, and pipes. foundries to make more foundries, so we can make more foundries, so we can make an actual fucking base. Oh yeah, that's a good amount of foundries. Also, we need to get the thing for killing the worms. AK discharge defenses. Now the thing with the damage profile of the worms is that they are not very resilient against electricity. In fact, I believe they take full damage from electricity. They have no resistances against electric damage, so a good way to take them down is with electric damage. So that's going to be the plan. There you are. They are also weak to poison damage, so it's good to have some poison capsules as well. They have some resistance against electric damage, but it's very, very low. One thing that I do not have on this fucking suit of armor is personal shields. And generally, personal shields are quite useful for defensive purposes. And it looks like we are now out of... We are now out of, well, not only refined concrete, but we're also out of other shit. But we have a stack of foundries. Not need that many pipe. Stop. Well, I guess we have a fuck ton of pipes now. I think it might be time to start putting together the fucking power grid. The actual power grid. Not the dog shit that we're currently using. That's only temporary. Time for a real fucking power grid to go up. Man, this space is gonna be kind of spread apart. that's enough. Okay. Back to Vulcanus you go. Do 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 do. Okay. Alright, discharge defenses soon to be acquired. Alright. Discharge defense time. Alright, let's try to kill these damn worms. Hey, big guy. Ag! Well, that didn't work at all. These things are doing like no damage. This stuff is also annoying because it tends to fucking linger even after the dumbass thing is dead. The discharge defenses are not working. Curses. Alright, that didn't work at all, because eventually it just shuts down my fucking armor. Well, that was worth a shot, I suppose. Because that's how I dealt with them last time. Okay, so I guess we're just gonna have to go with a more direct approach. AKA a bunch of guns. Guns and ammo. Shouldn't be too difficult to do that, though. Well, first off, we have more foundries we need to create. In you go. Alright, I'm out of tungsten. Gimme. Alright, it's time to make a boatload of ammo. Time for the other lava recipe. You're gonna make gear wheels. And we're gonna make a boatload of guns. Red ammo should be more than enough to take down those, our big guys. Our big friends. Should be at the very least. Because that's what we're going to be using. Excuse me. Alright, more copper from lava. The other recipe. Mm-hmm. Alright, you dorks, get to building. What to do in the meantime? Power plant. We don't need 4 chemical plants for 100 turbines. It's the ratio, I believe, is 1 to 33. It's significant, but whatever. And get rid of these damn pipes. I don't have my books with me. Book. So the base, I am planning on building it in this open area. We have some lava here. That's not too far away. It's just the calcite's a little far, but that's not a big deal. We just built that shit in. You don't need an expansive, huge lava lake. You really don't. Because again, liquid metal smelting in this game is busted. We're gonna eventually have to come up with better methods to take down these damn worms. Because tungsten, we want those tungsten patches sooner rather than later. How much tungsten is this? Ooh, 5.1 million. That's looking a lot better. Oh yeah, this patch is looking much better in comparison to this dinky fucking patch. Okay. Okay. So Use the most broken recipe in the damn game, acid neutralization. What were they thinking when they made this recipe? I don't know. But they were cooking with gas when they made that recipe. And personally, I believe that they should make more recipes like it. Close to have laid down all the fucking yeah, we're not even close to having laid down all this, and this alone can produce how much power, I think? About 280 megawatts? $54 million patch of calcite versus 4.5 million. Damn. It's a big ass fucking patch, dude. Oh man. Trying to think, how exactly do I want to orient this damn power plant? In the meanwhile, all these like dumbass things are gonna produce guns and shit. Oh, up here I need some more iron. More iron it is. Lovely. 70. We can stick with this for now and just keep adding more and more cells. The more and more demand we have, that works. Alright. Let's turn this bad boy on. We'll need some more pump jacks, probably. And then we'll start to belt in the calcite. Put whatever excess into a provider chest. Alright, let's get more pump jacks. Right, I need more tungsten so I can make more foundries. I do want to make some more foundries before we proceed, although I think I have enough. I'm probably going to be more comfortable with just another stack of foundries. Although, honestly, with the amount of foundries that we do have, we probably have enough. But let's just get some more, because again, foundries... Having an infinite amount of foundries is never a bad thing. So let's just harvest all these fucking rocks. Take it for ourselves. To get their sweet, precious tungsten. Which will soon not be very precious at all. I mean, that is also another reason why I want to kill these damn worms, is because of the fact that they, the worms are made out of tungsten. So killing them is going to give me a fuck ton of tungsten. Once we have the setup going, we can pretty much just void the rest of the resources, because they will just be unnecessary. What? Yes, Mr. Demolisher, you're very big and angry. I understand. Lovely. Alright, not a terrible haul. I should probably start avoiding all that stuff. What better way to avoid stuff than throwing it in the lava? We grab this stuff. Alright, let's make some more tungsten carbide. I should probably stick productivity modules in those. The more an extra tungsten carbide does not hurt. jacks with me? Oh, I'm out of pump jacks. Jesus. How many is this? Jesus. Out of damn pump jacks. Damn. I didn't think that would happen. Huh, incredible. I mean, 50 of these should be more than enough, right? Hmm. 54 damage from 50 turrets, 2,700 damage, 30k health. Assuming nothing too ridiculous happens, the worm will go down in about, what, a couple seconds? Hello. I need something to provoke Mr. Worm. Hello, Mr. Worm. I want you to aggro on me, Mr. Worm. Please! Okay, how about we do this instead? We just get one discharge defense and that'll aggro him. The discharge defense, yeah, okay. Just use this to aggro him. Oh, now you notice the guns. Nice. Not too bad. Goodbye, Mr. Worm. And that is some free territory. Lovely. And a lot of free tungsten. Yeah, you're next. You're next, little guy. And then we got a base we can build. Ooh, nice supply of toxic hardware right there. Alright, then we got a base to build. Alright, where are you, Mr. Worm? Let's set it up right here. Oi! Come here. Nice. Oh, one of my robots got killed. Whatever. Alright, nice. We freed ourselves up a bunch of territory. That's exactly what I wanted. $1.106 million. Ooh, that's a lot. That's a lot of calcite. I have a feeling the worm that's in this fucking territory is more than likely one of the medium variety. Just curious if I can find him. Where are you, little asshole? No, it's still a small one. With a territory this big? Damn. 17 million patch of fucking tungsten as well? Interesting. You might be my next target. I mean, this is a ginormous fucking patch of calcite. $320,000? Jesus. The sulfuric acid is also fucking crazy high yield. Okay. Okay. Ow. let's clear the ground and build the actual factory now. That is the current plan. Lovely. Trying to think of how exactly I want to orient this. Ideally, I want to go from towards the left and start from here because again, there's a decent little lava lake here. This is a huge amount of sulfuric acid that would not need as many pump jacks. Huge calcite patch. Extra sulfuric acid right there. These patches of sulfuric acid are pretty dog shit. I think I'm also going to clear out the worm that's also in this territory. And we can just belt in the coal. The only thing we really need coal is for chemical processing. Nothing else. Yeah, I think we're going to want to kill this worm over here as well. And it gives me access to a pretty decent tungsten patch. Yeah, we're going to clear out the worm here as well. That's what we're going to do. Okay. Sounds like a plan to me. Once we do some refurbishing, that is going to be the plan. Because my starting area, I'll be honest, it's not the best. Fine for what it is, but it's time to build the actual fucking base. Time to actually put something together. Alright, let's go void out all this fucking dog shit. Padaho, that's a lot of stone. We'll get more stone. Stone's not gonna be a fucking problem. Stone is not gonna be an issue for us. In fact, I should also void out that stone. But yeah, this area is not great because it's a lot of cliffs. It's annoying to navigate. It's irritating. The sulfuric acid yields are not that great. The area that we're going to go to is going to just be way fucking better. Tungsten carbide. I think I could probably stop production of all this ammo. Don't think I need any more. I think as soon as we take care of that other worm, we're going to void out all that ammo, because it just becomes unnecessary. We just don't need it. Alright. Let's go take care of that other worm. out the base and build the real base. Actually build something. Alright, let's find this bastard. There you are. Hey, big guy. I'm so surprised that it's a small one that's also in this area as well. Like, this looks like an area that'd be pretty much prime for like a medium, but it's a small. Alright. This puto will come here and we'll shoot the fuck out of him. That's the plan. Some of you may die, but that is a sacrifice that I am willing to make. Let's put some fucking yellow ammo in there. Alright. Let's go. Lovely. Oh boy. Well, we just got access to this lovely, lovely area now. So here's where we're gonna set up our calcite mines. And of course, our good old pumpity pump jacks for our sulfuric acid. I lost another bot. That's annoying. That's okay. Alright. Time to take all of this apart. Some of you may lose your lives, but that is a sacrifice I am willing to make. Yeah, in comparison to what I was thinking about before, this area is definitely going to be a lot better. And I won't have to wait for fucking cliff explosives to, you know, fucking fix the nonsense. This is definitely gonna be way better. Ooh, I'm looking forward to building this. We're out of space. For all of it for you later. It's fine. Alright, so more tungsten carbide, more cleaning out the area. And then time to put together the real base. Start with our power grid. Well, this little starter area served us pretty much to what we needed it to do, but it is time for greener pastures. I don't need any of this stuff. And meanwhile, we will stick all of our extra goodies into here, continue to make as many foundries as possible. We have a good amount, more than enough to start with what we need. Still a good amount of copper, everything else. Alright, all the ammo and the gun turrets we made are now entirely useless. We have no use for these things anymore. Goodbye. Into the lava you go. You have done your purpose. Murdered things for me that needed to get murdered. So now you can be voided. Into the lava you go. Daho, isn't that a waste of resources? What waste of resources? This is Vulcanus. Everything's essentially free. Who cares if I waste resources? Waste resources is not within the fucking goddamn vocab. It's not even a word in this place's Bible. Waste is meaningless. All right. Let's do some landscaping. Huh? I can't believe that Boy Meets Mini would post in fucking YouTube chat. What is he? Fucking cringe? That's a rhetorical question. Yes, he is. Boy Meets Mini, what do you think you're doing? You bastard. Oh my god, fucking people are so stupid. Trey and Matt have literally said they're Republicans. It's like, dog, they don't like Republicans. They are libertarians. They are not Republicans. Why are they so stupid? No, it's because they can't cope with the fact that, you know, some of their, I don't know, writers don't like them. Oh, I'm also sorry to say, Boy Meets Mini, but there were 3 worms that you missed me murdering. I murdered all of them. I killed them. I'm a colonizer. I saw the alien and I killed it. And then I destroyed all the stuff that I used to fucking...
Doctor, turn off my cringe inhibitors. But Raiden, you'll lose subscribers. Do it. Okay. I was fucking joking. Why did you do it?
I'll do it again. Nope. They were destined to die. Listen. That one of these worms had a beautiful tungsten ore patch of 17 million. This super, super rich sulfuric acid field. Woof! Yield percentage of 320,000 in comparison to my starting area? 8 times more? And a nice, lovely, lovely little calcite patch. And what I mean by little is it's fucking-gantic. This thing will probably last me the entirety of the game. So and all of this nice, lovely, lovely open space for me to build an actual fucking factory. What do you, now we have fucking putis over here. What do you want, puto?
That's cringe, Jack, and your setup is weak.
That's literally the Fortnite.
That's a bunch of malarkey.
Fucking puto, it's you, bro. Like, literally, your name is after the name Ford. Oh, also, another great thing about this area is, see, here's the thing. This lava lake may not be as big as this lava lake, but it is more than enough for our purposes here. Alright, let's go, idiots. We have, more useless resources to, void. You can be cringe because your PC is strong as fuck. Shut the fuck up, putis. You're literally team fucking Papaja, bro. You're literally the biggest Papaga on the Papaga of the Papaga. Literal team Papaja.
Oh, good. You're getting more based by the day.
Like, puto, you are literally a forced in sub. This cringe as it gets. So don't give me any of this nonsense, fucking El Puto Popega. El Maximo Puto. Huh? Okay, I'll do the Forza W test. You don't even capitalize the W. Alright? Do the test. Do the fucking Forza W test. Alright? Do it. Do the W test. What? Pokey W? Forza W? Ah, you failed. Look at this motherfucker, puto. He failed. Failed. It's over. He's a Forza sub. Huh? Oh! Oh, wait. You wanna fucking say I'm a goddamn, Forza sub? Get the hell out of here. Imagine being a Bais. Yeah, Puto has to give us Forza subs now. That's how it works, right?
Well, we're fucked.
Yeah, you're cooked now, buddy. Yeah, you're cooked. Oh, I have a lot of carbon here. I forgot to limit the amount of carbon to make. Oh, well. Yeah, Bais. Fuck you, puto. Alright, we have more cleaning up to do, though. Of random shit. Literal Team Papaja shit over here, dude. Literally Team Papaga. Anyway. Clean up the streets for me, robots. Do your job. Fulfill your purpose. Well, one of your purposes. That to build things for me. But yeah, everyone point and laugh at the fucking puto Papega head. Point at him. Just be like, fuck you. Fuck you, puto. Yep. Haha point. That's right. You know, I wonder if Twitch still makes AI emotes. Ooh, my batteries are running low. I mean, this is the Ford net. Ford is a liberal. Pepe. Yeah, like it's so weird because again, there would be how many fucking artists would want to like roll out the red carpet, proselytize themselves to fucking do artwork for Twitch. Like let's be honest here. Ask yourselves that question, right? How many would? Probably thousands. Hundreds, for sure. If not thousands. I mean, even if the money was not good. I'll be honest, Boy Meets Minnie. Even if the money was not good, they still probably would do it. Because, again, global emote for the biggest, like, streaming platform on the planet? Well, I mean, like, who wouldn't? Even if the money was that, like, not even the best, people still would want to. That's not, I don't think it's, like, hyperbolic or ridiculous to say at all. Not to do, like, the whole, you know, they get paid an exposure bit. No. They still get fucking paid, okay? Don't get a fucking twist. Don't fucking get it twisted, okay? But, like, the fact that you could say, like, oh, I worked with Twitch to make them fucking, like, emotes and stuff like that. That's a good look. That's a good look. That looks good. Nexus monitors who got elevated because of work on Starfield with Bethesda's devs. Exactly. Well, it's not even just Starfield modders, right? Boy Meets Mini. Same with the Skyrim modders. Right? Like, why not? Eleonora. She's great. It's one of those things where it's just like, why wouldn't you? If there's these people who are willing to fucking do dev work on a fucking game that they like for whatever reason, that being Bethesda games or some shit, fucking hire them as developers. Why the fuck wouldn't you? It's just like, that's free eats. It's like, free. That's free eats. Why wouldn't you? That's just smart. We're gonna send LFV to go pick up 40 more turbines, I think. Make it a night, because the thing that I currently came up with the design is basically a plot of about 14 per tile. Okay, we can leave those alone. I intend this to be a train supply area eventually. Wouldn't be a factorial base without trains. Daho, why do you keep getting damn trains in this motherfucking game? Because fuck you. That's why. Because trains are busted. Fuck you. Suck my dick. I blame the Fordnet. Fuck you, Ford. Fuck you, puto papega head. Fuck you, Ford. Bastard. Bastard. Why are you laughing at me, huh? Mods. Ban the Fortnite. Forza posting. Cause you puta? Fucking says the puto. Fucking says the putis. Bro, you're just jealous of my swag. You're just jealous cause you're fucking Team Papaja. What, you got anything else to say for yourself besides you're just fucking major fucking puto? Like what? What else does Alexius Joneses have to say? No, you shouldn't even call, say any of that stuff. You should just call him puto. Just call him the biggest fucking puto on the planet, and that's all. That's it for Ford. And we have now cleaned up the premises. Now just call him. Listen, don't even tell him to shut up. Just be like, "Fuck you." Or somehow get his Alex Jones, "Fuck you." Become Alexius Joneses. Become what that which Ford could never be. Alexius Joneses. Galate gringo. That's funny. Boy Meets Mini, are you saying slurs in chat? Are you trying to get me fucking banned? Fucking Boy Meets Mini. Boy Meets Mini, why are you trying to get me banned, bro? Kinda fucked up, bro.
War crime this, can't eat the drywall that, microwaving mice is wrong, they say.
That's true. I know that the Fordnet agrees. Let's also get some more pump jacks. Did I say jacks? I mean, just pump jacks. Give me that shit. Alright. We'll let this keep going for now. Avoid all this useless fucking ore. But Daho, there's some valuable ore in there. Nah! I don't need any of that shit. I got liquid metal smelting. Oh, we're good. Alt B. I'm just gonna call this power cell, because this is a pretty solid. Use liquid metal. Like, what liquid metal are they using to fucking cool their PCs? Like, huh? And we'll use the one solar grid to kickstart the process, and then immediately transfer it all over to Steam. As we should. But for now, you can stay as is. I do not care about you. We have a base to build. Well, this is what we used for worm murdering. Guns. Goodbye, guns. And the evidence of any wrongdoing has been permanently erased. None of you know. It seems expensive. Why not just, yeah, just use the, I'm just gonna just use the thermal paste forehead. Like, what temperatures are we even talking about? What, could you, like, bring it down to, like, 40s or some shit while running a game or on your fucking CPU or something? Some fucking crazy shit like that. Like, why? That's like the big question that I have. It's like, why would you do this? Yeah, but data centers are cucked. And we all know why data centers are cucked, right? Right. I'm just waiting for people. Well, not only that, but because they're used for fucking AI dog shit. It's not just pollution. Although pollution is a factor, obviously. No, it's all because of just... they are used currently just for complete AI rank bunk nonsense. Yeah, hashtag not all data centers. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm gonna have to throw in whatever data center you work for, Boy Meets Mini. You're a part of the problem, Sweaty. Gonna have to cancel you, bud. You're fucking cooked, buddy. Wallahi, he is cooked. Yeah. Ford, it's time to put together a twit longer. We're gonna go to put together a twit longer, talking about how Boy Meets Mini, just through his sheer existence as, I don't know, you know, a STEM nerd, helps contribute to the falling of the planet. What, you think I'm doing this on fucking Twitter, dude? What do you mean? I'm doing this on fucking Blue Guy. Come on. Come on, Boy Meets Mini. Get with the fucking program. Listen, it's called adaptation of culture. Look at this motherfucker, Boy Meets Mini, Ford. Bro thinks he's fucking slick. You ain't slick. This motherfucker thinks he's slick, dude. What a fucking papega. Actually, Team Papageteer shit. Look at me building just a giant old electrical grid. Doho, this seems like a lot of preparation and work. Yes, it is, because it is necessary. You want to have a good base? It's called you do the foundational work. You do the root basis. You want to have a nice, clean, organized base? You make your electrical grid first. Texas should learn how to fucking use solar panels. And not just burn everything through petroleum. Boom. Now the area has been painted with substations. Lovely. Base has been cleaned up, painted with substations. Fucking everywhere. We'll get more. We'll make more. Alright, time to start taking apart some of this stuff. Alright, children, have we made a bunch of extra foundries? Ooh, that's a lot of foundries.
We have a lot of foundries, folks. Let me tell you, we have so many of them. We have over 80, 100 foundries. Listen, this is what...
Honestly, this is what Donald Trump thinks he means by, you know, the humble proletariat going into the foundries to work. This is the... It's this thing from Factorio. Every time I was doing those, like, fucking, like, dumbass rants about him being, like, a complete moron and idiot, I was thinking specifically of this stuff. All right. Last time I should probably have to go to Vulcanus for a while now. Whew. Man, all of the redesigns that I made to this ship have certainly made it a lot better. Although, honestly, the main things that were probably the best things for this goddamn ship were all the, it was definitely all the physical damage upgrades. That was definitely what ended up doing the trick. I could get level 10 for the fun of it. I don't need to, though. High explosive cannon shells. 10 times theoretically stronger. Get that after artillery. So are you saying I get high explosive artillery shells? I am intrigued. I am intrigued. Okay, the only things that are eating pollution are not biters. So we've done enough murder. Alright. We've been good little murderers. Take care of you idiots later. Alright. Send these down. Then we will grab them. Alright. Give me... Gimme. Wait, no, gimme. Gimme. We have a bunch of pump jacks already. This should be everything we need, right? This should be all good. Okay. And the solar panels, actually, because we need to jumpstart the process. Oh, we need belts. All right. It is time. It is time for, well, an expansion of sorts. Time to build a bunch of bullshit. Stick the power plant here. Belts of stuff go through here. Alright, that is a big E. So that's 140 steam turbines. Casual 814 megawatts of power. Like that. Once we flick it on. I need pipes. Because I don't think I have enough pipes.
Jesse, what the fuck are you talking about?
Shut the fuck up, Ford. I know that you're El Puto biggest papaja on the fucking planet, but I'm building a massive power plant. Team Papaja.
Wrap it up, dummy.
I'm going to literally go back to fucking gambling, Nicknam. Fuck you, Nicknam. Ford, I swear to, if you were to join the fucking Discord call right now, I will drag you in and I'm just gonna yell at you. I'm gonna call you a little bastard. Because that's what you're being. You're being a little bastard. I will call you cringe. And liberal. I'll do it. Give me 7 minutes. Yeah, okay, fine. You're on the clock, cringe lord. All right, everyone, start timing the Fordnet. It's killing floor 3. It's one of the things that the Fordnet was obsessed with. I don't need 8 of these. I only need 5 of these to supply 140 steam turbines, but we'll also do this. And we're going to use the most broken recipe in this game. Acid neutralization. Because we're going to have to turn some of that into water, so we'll just have a bunch of extra. So we also need some water. Honestly, like, what were they thinking when they made this recipe? 500 degree steam? And 10,000 units of it. What were they thinking? What were they thinking when they made this? I'm not complaining. They were cooking. They were cooking when they made the acid neutralization. The people at Whoop. So they're pretty based for that. Why are you guys complaining about not having any damn battery? God damn it. One, two, three. Alright, you know what they say, after you take care of power, you start taking care of logistics. Power is pretty much taken care of. It's ready to go. We just gotta fucking flick the shit on. And start mining some calcite. But otherwise, it is ready to go. So we'll start to lay out the roboports. Then we're gonna build the actual base. Lovely. Have we consumed all of the resources here? So then it is time to start taking apart. We have over 100 foundries. Lovely. getting all this pipe, because we'll need all that pipe. I made way too much damn pipe. It's not a big deal. Here's what I'm gonna do. While I have all these damn pipe, I'm gonna start converting them into a bunch of undergrounds. Alright, fucking show yourself, huh? Show yourself, you bastard. Well, well, well. He was punctual.
Oh,
this whole time.
good. You're getting more based by the day.
What do you have to say for yourself, huh, puto? What do you got? Hmm?
We're back to beating women.
It's true.
Back to beating women.
Dude, I'm getting like 3 IQ Sam Hyde fans now in my comment section, so it's so fucking based.
Whoa, dude, chill. You're being anti-Semitic.
That's true. I am being anti-Semitic. That's true. I agree. Thank you, Hassan. Thank you.
What is this guy doing?
I'm fucking taking apart this base, dumbass. Puto. Bro, this isn't a fucking cartoon, bro. Your life is not like a video game. You're not like that fucking soy chugger, okay?
Bing, bing, bong, bong, bing, bing, bing.
I don't care.
What do you mean you don't care? Yeah, you do. Well, you want to be fucking... Well, you want to be... My life is like a video game! Well, you want to be that guy?
Your life is nothing. You serve zero purpose.
Good one.
Shut up!
You should kill yourself
Silly woman.
now.
Good one. Why was Blurb so loud? Yeah, Blurb does not understand volume control. That's a difficult concept for Blurb, unfortunately. Now, what else do you have for me, puto? Besides saying, shut up, silly woman.
It's cringe or be cringe, Jack.
That's true. Thank you, Sam. That's how we all know that that Sam Bankman-Fried is a fighter for America.
Solidarity with my Coomer brothers.
Okay, you know what? Cancel Hassan. He's gonna suffer for 10,000 years. May he suffer for 10,000 years. I have one solar panel? What the heck? How do I have one solar panel providing power?
Don't you feel silly? Don't you feel stupid? Don't you feel a little ashamed?
No, I don't feel ashamed at all. Puto, why are you playing the thing that got you banned?
How about another joke, Murray?
I'm blocking you. That was the dumbest shit I heard all day.
I mean, it's true. That's what got you. That's why I got you banned from the Hassan Discord. Yeah, they are kind of a joke, isn't it? Puto got banned. I can't believe Puto got banned. Unlucky. I know! He got banned! I'll say it again with more emphasis. Banned!
You've come. I mean, I knew you would come, but you've come.
I have.
This is why we have to cancel the Fortnite. He's being a little fucking bastard puto head. He's being a little fucking puto head. He's being a little fucking puto. He's being fucking Team Papaja. Oh, bastard.
Where the fuck are
True. I agree with Filthy Frank. Where the fuck are your parents? Oh, so why are we talking about fap tops? What the fuck's going on here, huh? Huh? Why are we jerking off? Who said there was a jerk off sesh right now? Who said that? Boy Meets Mini, I thought.
Everything is in. Put this.
That's always gonna get me, dude. He's so forceful and aggressive with it.
Fool.
Oh, shut up, Big Smoke. Fuck you.
Damn fool. Come on then.
CJ!
CJ!
Do you have nothing? What? You got nothing else to say for yourself, putis? Or are you just gonna be puto?
Oh, I can't believe that.
Shut your fucking puto.
Why, guys?
Oh, he's killing floor posting.
Wankers.
He's KF posting. Everyone go to bed. Ford is KF
What a
posting.
plonker.
He's killing floor posting.
Shut your trap.
Put this. Run home to my. Put this.
Why does he say it so aggressively?
Cry about it later.
So I was crying about it. Putis. Fuck you, puto. Good one.
I was wrong about you, Senator. You're not cringe.
You're just racist.
You're just fucking.
Put this.
Okay. You're just fucking putis. Oh, Jesus Christ. Ford, we all know that you like anime, okay? You love anime. Ford's an anime watcher. Can't confirm.
Why are anime people so weird?
I am wondering, why are you here?
I'm here because I don't have a job. Can I get an amen for that one? Can I get an amen? Alright, ban him. I want him banned. I want this fucking puto banned. Ban him.
Whoa, 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 dude, chill. You're being anti-Semitic.
Fuck you, bitch. Whoa, 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 dude, chill. You're being a Hassan orbiter. Can't believe I would be a Hasten AB orbiter. I can't believe it. For I love everyone. We all have to do like the NPC meme, where we all say we all love Hasanabi. That's how that works, right? That's how every left-leaning person thinks and believes, right? They all have to purposefully love Hassan as if there was something wrong.
Base?
Yeah, thank you, Frogan. Thank you, Frogan. Very cool. Man, I'm getting racist against Cliffs again. They keep getting in the way forward. Do you know how to deal with Cliff racism? You know, it's something that I've been working on throughout a long portion of my life, and that's my racism against Cliffs.
My friend, the N-word.
My friend, the N-word.
So that's how you deal with being racist against Cliffs? Your friend, the N-word? Man, what's the N-word? Which N-word? There's a lot of words that start with the letter N.
Obama.
Good one, Ford.
Shut up, Obama.
Uh-huh. What, you weren't gonna say silly woman? Thought you loved silly women. Thought you loved women being silly, Ford.
They're eating the dogs.
Yeah? Are they? What else are they eating?
Shit, I was born big, fool.
What fucking book?
Alright, so that's the sulfuric acid.
You're throwing your career away.
Yeah? Am I? What career? Ford,
You're a moron.
Ford, are you saying that there's job prospects out there? Are you trying to, like, raise my hopes right now, you fucking puto head? I will ban you for that. I'll kill you.
Okay.
Like it says in the book, we are blessed and cursed.
More like just fucking cursed. I think we just might be cursed, El Papagus. I don't think we're blessed. I think we're just cursed, bro. Because listen, we've looked into it already.
Just the way it is.
It's time for Puto. I know you're ready for another 2008 fucking recession. Are you ready for it, Puto? I'm ready for it, Puto.
These baboons don't even know they're at war with Pakistan, and that's just the beginning. E-girls, gotcha, memes, all just petty distractions so real men can get down to business.
Amogus.
Thank you, Ford. Very cool. Ford, aren't you being kind of sus right now?
I love China. I love Tesla.
Tesla. Him saying Tesla, it sounds like he is like just saying a slur. Like he might as well just be saying like the N-word or something.
The N-word. We have to keep our country gay. Just like I promised, right?
True! Trump is keeping our country gay. Let's go! Homos, you fucking homo queers. And guess what? Trump is keeping everything gay.
Anybody have any white? Do you have any white stuff?
Still have to ask him what he meant by... Sir, what do you mean by... Do you have any white stuff? Like, what white stuff? Sir, Mr. President, sir, what were you talking about white stuff there, sir? Sir, what do you mean by white stuff?
Oh, fuck. Obama.
The white stuff is Obama? But I thought Obama was black.
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling.
The fact that he fucking said that too is so stupid. I forgot to get some more mining drills.
We have to Obama.
We have to what? The what? Say again. Puto, you have to.
We have to keep our country. Obama.
You have to keep your country Obama? What does that mean? What do you mean by that? What do you mean? What do you mean by that?
And he said, no way. And I said, way.
Uh-huh. Still don't know what that means, though. Puto, you are aware that you're just saying random words now, are you?
It's just the way it is. There's no video of President Trump sucking a ding dong.
What if I were to prove to you that President Trump was sucking a ding dong?
Congratulations.
He was sucking a ding dong. It's true. I can't believe that Trump was sucking a ding dong. You have anything else to say for yourself, Puto? Besides sucking some ding dongs? Would you say that you're trying to smoke big doinks in Amish, Puto? Big doinks? Big old doinks? In Amish? Big doinks.
Nope.
What do you mean no?
No.
No big doinks? In Amish? What would the Amish think? That's kind of fucked up.
No.
That's kind of fucked up, Puto. Fuck you, Alex. Bastard. Alright, it's time to flick on that power. And the process has now begun. It is time to no longer have power concerns. Well, once these dumbasses, you know, make some fucking steam. You're gonna make me steam now! Good one, Puto. Your nice Steam notification. You get a message from someone? Anyone call you, bro?
So long, Bowser.
Gay Bowser. Wait, you got a call from Mario? Wait, like Chris Pratt or actual Mario? Which Mario we talk about here, puto? And just like that, instant 826 megawatts of power. Alright, no longer have power concerns. Because these pipes filled up instantly, and now we have a butt-fuck ton of power. Nice. Alright. Time to actually build the base. I might build some solar panels with, like, the bigger, solar panels that we're gonna get eventually from Moshine. But I might not. Puto here understands, don't you, Puto? Oh, time for you idiots to have a new home. And you idiots to also have a new home. New home. Puto, what do you think you're doing? What are you doing right now, Puto? What are you thinking? What are you saying? He's playing. Same. Wow, fuck you, bitch. Why are you such a little dickhead? What are you?
Your life is nothing. You serve zero purpose. You should kill yourself now.
Man,
and give somebody else a piece of that oxygen and ozone layer that's covered up so that we can breathe inside this blue trapped bubble. Because what are you here for? To worship me? Kill yourself. I mean that with 100%, with 1,000%.
So you're banned. I'm gonna have to ban you now, because you're being a little bastard.
Oh, you are a clever bitch!
Cope and seethe. Is that all you got? Thought you were leaving. Why have been leaving? Why are you leaving? This motherfucker says he's gonna leave and then doesn't leave. Fucking lying ass puto head over here. Why are you such a liar? Why do you always lie? Puto. I'm waiting.
Your life is nothing. You serve zero purpose. You should kill yourself.
Fuck you. that was good. Good job, Ford. The Fordnet. Posting cringe, as always. Can't believe that Ford would say these things and then just leave. Shaking my head. Right, okay, let's start thinking about actually building the fucking base now. Now that we are at this current juncture, we're gonna build a base. We have set up our power, we have set up everything. Everything is all good to go. It's time to make some fucking liquid metal. I don't like how these are off-center. Whatever. Iron. We don't need a ton for copper at the moment. Ones you need most of first is of iron. Of iron smelting, and then you'll need a bunch for copper. Whoa, so it's almost the exact same as, Novice. Who'd have thought? Well, this is definitely overkill, but eh. No one can stop me. I'll take this apart for now. Can always copy and paste it later. So lava and calcite will come in through here. We don't need a ton of calcite because again, these recipes are stupid efficient. Like stupid efficient. Lava is right here. And then we need to just avoid all of our stone byproduct, and we will avoid all of our stone byproduct in this small little convenient lava area right here. Wow, look how small and convenient it is. Almost as if I intended to do this. Almost as if I planned on this from the beginning. Daho, I can't believe that you planned on doing all this from the beginning. I know. I too am just, I am the greatest at Factorio. I mean, there's all these damn cliffs in the way. And I can't put a substation right there because I don't have foundations. So, I mean, that's a little awkward, I guess, but whatever. Yeah, I too am a little racist. Well, actually, it's not about being racist to cliffs this time. It's about being racist to lava. But we'll get something to deal with this shit eventually. But we just don't have it right now. So obviously, the only way we get stone is from, well, this process right here. So we are going to want to, get all that stone for ourselves. Some of the stone for ourselves, the rest is voided. Yep. And calcite, 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 calcite. Calcite, calcite. I'm trying to figure out which one makes more stone. The copper one makes more stone. I will take the copper one for myself. And the stone byproduct from you is going to be directly voided. We will be not making any use of your direct stone byproduct. Now, obviously, we're going to be producing a lot more stone than we're going to be able to use. So, most of it's going to be voided out. Output priority to the right. And obviously, we're going to do a little bit of belt weaving. Because I want both of these to be on the... I need both of these to be on the other side of the fucking belts. Although honestly, let's do one of these. That works. That'll give me plenty of stone output. Obviously, the this side of the output's gonna have less than the other side of the output, but I don't really care. We're gonna be making so much stone that it doesn't really matter, to be honest. It really won't matter. In fact, let's just do one of these for now. And we will use priority splitters again. Output priority to the power grid. Because power grid always gets the calcite first. Now for the lava output. Or rather, the lava input. Alright, that's lava. Perfect. That is all of our liquid metal smelting. It's a good, clean start so far. Now that we have our liquid metals and whatnot, it is time for us to make a bunch of machines and to build the base. We have a lot of foundries because we built up a nice bank. How do I want to approach this? For my options are near limitless at this point because we have all of this set up, all of this time that we have been spending has been to now actually start to build something. I could still do my same standard shtick of having one in between. I'll do that. Alright, I can't believe that Daho is making another fucking main bus. Can't believe that Daho is constantly thinking like this as a software engineer. These don't fit perfectly. It's not the end of the world. Okay, so... Though honestly, we can just do this. So we take a look at this rate. That's 30 per second. That should be 37.5. That's a blue belt. That right there is 12 foundries, 1 blue belt worth of iron. Now, obviously, power consumption is significantly better. This is why, well, you know, in terms of, well, production of, trying to think of what the best word would go here is. In terms of production of, like, metals and smelting and whatnot, you use foundries. But then you may be asking yourself the question, oh, how the fuck are you going to do that on stuff that doesn't have lava? Say hello to the iron ore melting recipe. You got ore, you got calcite. Now, you may be questioning yourself and saying, well, Daho, that still produces the same amount of iron that you put in. Now you just have an extra step in the process. Hey, dummy, I want you to take a look at that productivity fucking thing right there. It's plus 50%. That's what makes this building incredibly overpowered. That innate 50% productivity bonus. Plus, it has a very quick crafting speed. So you're telling me that I get an extra 25 iron plates for every 50 pieces of ore? And I don't have to do anything for that? Huh. That seems really fucking overpowered. Oh, and I have 4 module slots, so I can put in modules and further improve that? Oh. Oh, that seems really overpowered. I can put productivity modules into these things. And make a fuck ton of iron. Like, I don't even need this many. Like, if I were to, you know, module this up with beacons and everything, I can cut down on the machines. This building is, like I said, it is incredibly overpowered. And transporting liquids is way easier in comparison to transporting solids. Incredibly overpowered, the foundry. So much so that we're going to make another one. We said I needed a blue belt. I'm going to make myself 2 blue belts worth. Same with copper. But of course, the foundry doesn't only make plates. Oh, it does a lot more than that. You want low density structures? It can make those. Steel? For 30 molten iron? I want you to keep in mind, that's the equivalent of 3 plates. Normally it's 5. It cuts the recipe down by 40%. And there's a 50% productivity bonus. So effectively, it cuts down the recipe by about, what? So 6 iron plates gives you 3 steels? 3 steel plates? Effectively cuts the recipe by half. Effectively. Crazy. You can make gear wheels. Thanks to the mod, you can make aluminum with this thing as well. No more, those smelting columns that I have on Luna, I'm getting rid of those. Replacing them all with foundries. I can make cable with these as well. So these are good for producing circuits. So normally it's a 3-to-2 ratio. Not anymore. It's now a, it's a 1-to-1 ratio. I can cut down the machine. Lots and lots of cuts. These things are incredibly overpowered. Now, obviously, you can make low-density structures with them as well. Not only just low-density structures, you can get pipes. Very good for engine setups that you can make pipes. And all the belts you want. You want belts? We got belts. You want some belts? We got some belts. But yeah, this building right here, very overpowered. It is such a good building. That's why you want to use them on Novice as soon as possible. No more having to deal with furnaces and just utter dog shit. Say hello to the foundry instead. No more fucking absolute doo-doo bupkiss. God, this building is so good. I was about to question myself. Where would I put the beacons? But I can just slot the beacons in right here. I did think ahead. Alright, so that's 2 blue belts of iron right there. We can copy the exact same design and then just change it to do 2 blue belts of copper. And we will bring in the liquid metal through the middle, is how I'm going to do it. Lovely. Well, I guess I kind of accidentally put the metals the way that I didn't really want to put them, but whatever. That's fine. It's not the end of the world. We're gonna stick a pump now. Part for aesthetic, part because we'll probably need it. Do I have pumps? No, I don't have the pumps here. Grab this shit. Where are the pumps? There's the pumps. Now, to continue with what we're doing, now we are going to do the same thing with gears. So this alone is 6 gears per second. So about 8 of these fills up a fucking blue belt. We'll add 2 more because we're going to add turbo belts, which is 60 per second. That's how you make 60 gears per second. Now steel. Two and a half. If we want to fill up an entire blue belt, that would be 18 machines. However, why don't we improve that with a beacon and modules, so I can cut down on foundries. Do I not have any beacons? I don't. Can you go grab me some beacons, please? Back to Novice you go. I might have to put the steel setup on the opposite side. I think I might have to, yeah. I do need to move this thing as well. And this stuff. Rip that shit up. Unnecessary. That's okay. Just want to see how fast this is when beaconed up, because I do plan on just beaking it up so I can save a little bit of space. .2? Nope. It would be without mods. Most shine is closer. But normally, yes, Vulcanus is the closest to the sun. But with the mod, most shine is closer. Although there is a mod that lets you go to the sun itself and use it as a Dyson sphere. You can do that. I don't have that mod on. But there's a mod that lets you do that. You know, I'm gonna run a beacon setup. I'm gonna say Dyson sphere when. There's a mod that does let you make a Dyson sphere. I think I do have a Dyson Sphere program, though, installed. Well, not installed, but I bought the game. Nice. So yeah, these alone, just these 12 machines, that's a full red belt of steel. My base on Novice could only dream of having a nice full red belt of steel. Of course, power consumption is a big concern. However, you can always slap down more nuclear reactors, so who the fuck cares? Now, beacon this bad boy up. Goes down in terms of the speed, obviously. However, speed beacons. The solution to that problem. That's 25.2. On the other side, it would be 50. That is, that's a blue belt worth right there. Just a simple little setup. Back to Vulcanus you go. Just like that. I don't want these to be impacted by the beacon because it would consume into the power. Not that power is really a big problem on this planet. Not thanks to acid neutralization. Power is not really a problem, but you know. If I can save on power, I can save on power. So we're gonna move this over by one tile. Do I need to run beacon setups? I probably don't have to, but I want to, so whatever. I guess in here, what can go here instead is, I guess I can put in circuits. Fun thing about the foundry, of course. Makes copper cable. Duh, are you saying that it's more efficient to make copper cables with these? What the? Yeah, so makes 12 copper cable per second. So instead of a 3-to-2 ratio, it's now like a 1-to-2 ratio. Remember when I was saying that this building is incredibly overpowered? It's almost a 1-to-2 ratio. Just a tiny bit short. It's a little short. It's a little short. It's off by about a quarter. But still, it's really good. Like 1-to-1 is too much. It's not a 1-to-1 ratio, but yep. Three times. Of course, obviously, this consumes a lot more power in comparison to an assembly machine, right? Like 388 kilowatts in comparison to 2.6 megawatts. So the power consumption is insane. We're on Vulcanus. Power is literally free. So it is a price that you don't care to pay. It's like, oh, consumes like 10 times the power? Eh. Like, cause here, listen, if I'm out of power, this little blueprint right here, this is about what? This is 70 megawatts right here. Just, oh, there we go. Power? What power? You said I have power concerns? No, I don't. Power concerns. Ha! Hilarious. You should always go to Vulcanus first. If you are playing Factorio, this is the planet you go to first. Yes, this planet is incredibly fucking overpowered. This is such a good planet. I love this planet. It's so good, especially once you get it going. It takes a little bit to get going. Once you get it going, it is incredibly fucking busted. I need some pipe. Yeah, we need some pipe. Yeah, you can. You can survive without power armor. Just make sure you dodge flame pillars. Just dodge forehead, you know? But yeah, you can survive here without power armor. You don't need the power armor. Like, the only enemy you have are the demolishers. And if you can just dodge well, then they won't kill you. Just dodge. I mean, they still kill me, even though I have Mark II power armor. The only way to live them is with energy shields. But just, again, like I said, if you just dodge, Smile, then you're fine. Like, who cares? Just dodge. Just, like, get out of the way, forehead. I mean, unironically, but it's like, it's not as hard as Dark Souls. Because the demolishers are not very smart. Of course, once we go to, Fulgora, we're going to have a much more efficient setup for producing circuits. That's going to make our circuit production go through the roof. with a particular building. It's 15 per second. So this is a little scuffed, but we'll do for now. We are starting to run a little low on foundries. However, we just made 2 of the pieces needed to make more foundries. And that is steel and circuits. We have plenty of refined concrete. The only other thing we need is lubricant. I'm just going to keep shipping on refined concrete, because I'm not fucking bothering with that shit yet. Fuck that. We'll put the stone on the bus, and we'll just leave it in the middle lane. I put 2 slots in between. Lovely. God, I'm so good at designing. Daho, why are you so good at Factorio? I don't know, I asked myself this question many times, theoretical Daho. The person that I'm talking to with for the... Shut up. It's almost as if you have a engineering degree. I don't have an engineering degree. Well, technically speaking, my my program was part of the Department of Engineering, so I guess I technically have an engineering degree. Technically. But, whatever. This bid's getting stupid. We have to separate these by 1 slot. Pipes not allowed to touchy with one another. No touching. Mm-mm. No touchy. No touchy. And I did do a good job placing these the way I placed them. Lovely. It's almost as if I've put thought into this. Some might say I did put some thought into this when designing this. Some might say, of course. And as we can all see now, the base is beginning to take shape. We need to move these. We're going to probably need to put this back together a little bit. I do want to make sure that these do not get hit by the thing. I should be able to move these down by one tile, and I should be fine in that respect. Perfect. They do not touch the beacons. Perfect. And that is 45 green circuits. I don't know if I only want one belt of green circuits. I might want 2 belts. Again, I can always just shove this over to the next lane, so it's not the end of the world. I think I will just shove this over to the next lane. I do want more circuits. Well, this thing's gonna get kind of in the way. We can work around it. Right. Let's hook up the iron to the gears. Lovely. Okay, circuits is what's next. Don't need to do anything too complicated here, obviously. Ooh, I need more pipes. Perhaps it's time to actually officially turn on our liquid metal smelting. How many fucking foundries do I have left? Is it none? No, I do. Okay, I have 19 left. That's fine, because again, we're gonna have to start to make more. Because we don't have enough. Oh. We set these up as priority splitters because it is more important for our power grid to get the calcite instead of the foundries, of course. And of course, priority splitter. These still dumbass things still have a bunch of calcite from the initial calcite that I dropped in, so they're gonna be good for now. They will be a-okay for the time being. Alright, let's set up make a quick setup for our circuits. Now we still have to take in iron plates. So, no reason to copy, no reason not to just copy the same setup we have here. No, that's not going to be oriented correctly. Alright, we'll freeform it. We'll just freeform it. Fuck it. Yeah, we just gotta freeform it. The problem is this thing right here is in a bit of an awkward position. Okay. Hey. I guess it'll have to do, donkey. Um... Eh? That's not ideal, but... Eh. Yeah, whatever. Good enough. The fucking Roboport's in the way. Yeah. I guess we'll just have to do it like this. Wait a minute. Yeah, it has to be like this. Yeah, that's much better. I did not place that correctly. Son of a bitch. And all of that is for our first blue belt worth of circuits. Obviously, this is not going to be enough for green belts, but it's a start. Now for the steel. Because here's the thing. Obviously, for the second machine, or the second set, the reason why I don't want to put it down quite yet is because we are kind of low on foundries, and these do take up quite a bit of foundries. Well, we're going to go for steel next, because we need the steel. One thing we're going to do real quick, however, is we are going to use 2 of our precious foundries that we have left. We need some pipes. Pipes. As easy as 1, 2, 3. And we currently have logistics spots. Bring me pipes. Although we're starting to run a little low on belts. But that will serve for now as we continue to do all of this shit. You know, every time when you think you have enough supplies, it turns out you actually do not have enough supplies. So the problem with this current setup is that it's going to have a bias to the right side of the belt, which isn't ideal. But that's because of the kind of scuffed setup we have. But that's circuits. Or it will be circuits soon. Just need to bring over the iron plates. Bringing over the iron plates is a rather simple task. That's circuits. Oh, we have circuits. We just need to make steel. Then we need red circuits, which means we need chemical processing. Which means we have to use an unfortunate, really shitty fucking recipe. Like, exceptionally shitty recipe. Called simple coal liquefaction. Where is it? Right here. This recipe is fucking dog shit. The amount of heavy oil you get for the inputs is laughable. It's terrible. First thing we're going to research once we get, you know... It's not because of sulfuric acid. That's not the problem. The coal is bad. Like, it's just so bad on coal. Like, 10 coal... and 10 coal and 2 calcite. Now, you may be wondering, that seems really cheap. It's pretty cheap in the grand scheme of things. But the output you get for it, only 50 heavy oil? That's it? 50 heavy oil! God, that's terrible. What a terrible, terrible recipe. This is advanced oil processing. 100 crude and 50 water? You get so much more petroleum gas. Sure, you don't get as much heavy oil, but heavy oil is like the thing you want the least. It's useless. You get lube. You get some lube. It's really about all you need for. Otherwise, things you want more of, petroleum and light oil. Because with this, then you have to crack it down. You have to crack it all the way down. It takes more machines because you're only getting the heavy oil. You're not getting any of the other stuff. It's like, it's just, brother, ew, brother, ew, brother, ew. It's such a bad recipe. Like, this recipe is just so bad. But the right thing that we're gonna get is what will turn this planet around once we get it. And it's the first thing that we're gonna research. What's this? Coal liquefaction. 10 coal, 25 heavy oil, and 50 steam. Steam? Cheap as balls. Cheap as balls on this fucking planet. Literally costs nothing. And you get a lot of heavy oil out of this. You get way more heavy oil. Still the same amount of coal. Which is why, like, the coal amount that you have, that you get out of it, it's not really relevant. Who cares? And you also have to put in a loopback system. Its own process produces more heavy oil that you can use to loop back. The rest you get from cracking. This recipe is niche. It can be good in certain instances, because this was by default. If you play just the base game, no space age, you would have this for free. You would be able to research coal liquefaction, and it's good if there's not a lot of crude on the planet. If you get a seed that just does not have a lot of crude, then coal liquefaction's pretty decent. It's pretty good, because you're always going to have extra coal. Always. You're always having extra coal. So why not just use it to make petroleum products instead, which is more useful, instead of just coal, which is useless once you get to the mid-game. Yeah, we can turn it into petroleum. It's pretty good. Okay. But otherwise, this recipe is rather niche. Not a bad recipe. Bit niche. Because the other things that you need to start it up, pretty inexpensive. Like, cost nothing. Not bad. It's not bad. It's not a bad recipe. What was I doing? Right. Thinking about how many lanes of steel I want. I'm gonna go 2 lanes. So that's for the circuits. So we're gonna put that belt there to just demarcate where the circuits are going. One, 2. Steel goes here. Alright. This beacon setup will only get better once we get higher levels of beacons, obviously. But for our current purposes, this is about what? I think it's about 50 per second. So, for the time being, more than enough. Speaking of chemical processes, just so you figure out where I'm going to put that. Probably going to stick it around here somewhere. Okay, I don't think there's any point in avoiding it. It's time to get simple coal liquefaction back up and running. We're gonna stick some calcite in a logistics chest. And we're gonna do the dog shit recipe for the time being. Because I need some lube. Let's go with that. Greatest thing about this planet is this amount of mining drills for the time being on the calcite. It's more than enough. It's more than enough. Really don't need that many. It's just how broken calcite is in general. It's just fundamentally just absolutely busted. Absolutely fucking broken. Right, an oil refinery. Oh boy. We just need to make some lubricant. Any old amount of lubricant will do. I don't give a shit. Stick it in. Because all I need is more, Oh, well, honestly, you know how I was saying that this is one of the most dog shit recipes? I was just reminded of this fucking recipe. Never mind. I just reminded myself of the existence of advanced wood gasification. Actually, this is the most dog shit recipe on this fucking game. This recipe is fucking awful. Oh my god, dude. How dare I remind myself of advanced wood gasification? But sir, you have no other option. I know. That's why I hate it. That's why I think it's such a bad recipe, but you don't have any other choice. That's right, we need more tungsten carbide. Well, we don't have a way to get tungsten carbide at the moment because we don't have a way to mine tungsten. Because we don't have a big mining drill. Which means the only way we can get tungsten is from rocks. And murder. I do not feel like going around murdering at the moment, so we're going to get them from rocks. Daho, what about the rest of the fucking shit? We'll just avoid it. Well, we're almost ready to move this shit out of here. Back to the actual base with my actual stuff. Okay, tungsten carbide. Where are you? It's in the assembly machine. There it is. Sulfuric acid. We should do it now, but we should include integrate sulfuric acid into the bus. I'll do it now before I forget, because sulfuric acid's going to be useful for a lot of different stuff. Batteries, tungsten carbide, tungsten carbide, tungsten carbide, sulfur, carbon, tungsten carbide. Did I mention tungsten carbide? Well, it's worth saying again. Tungsten carbide is used in a lot of different shit, so. Okay, so that's the tungsten carbide, that's the steel, that's the electrical circuits. Tungsten is what we need now. The only way we can get it for now is with rocks. Luckily, there's this large area still. A lot of rocks here, which means a lot of potential for tungsten ore. Of course, we could go murder some worms to get more. To get a lot more. We're not going to do that exactly yet. Besides, I would like to have this area eventually for something. What exactly? I don't know yet, but for something. More foundries on the way now. You know, it might have been better for me to move the bus a few extra spaces back, but whatever. We're committed now. That is true. I will be committed to... I, too, will be the, you know, Canadian version of Zoran Mamdani. I mean, I'm not going to be from Uganda, but close enough, I guess? I don't know. I guess Romania is a lot closer to Uganda in comparison to fucking... to Canada. Very stupid. Extra belts, you say? It would appear that I do need more belts, though. And perhaps it is time for us to start producing them. To make fucking lubricant. Ugh. Make 24 belts per second. Woof. Lube. Over some fucking lube, which we have a fuck ton of. Okay, we got 12 more foundries. Okay, Okay, this shit's probably gonna be temporary because, again... I need belts. Belts, give to me. Alright, now we have belts, hopefully. As for all the other belts, we'll figure that out. That's belts, that's other shit, and that's other shit. Oh, that's right. That's why I always put fucking... There we go. Well, that's some amount of supplies now being made. Well, we can't make these yet because we don't have thread circuits. Circuits. My pipe gets in the way. It's not the end of the world. It works, so whatever. Don't really care. Kind of care now because it fucks with the copper belt. Hmm. Okay, cool and good. I think we'll stop here for now. Nice. Love to see that. Nice Fallout screenshots. We love that. Well, it's been about 4 hours. Well, you know, luckily there's not a lot to fucking talk about. Boo. I'll go piss, do all that good stuff, get some water. Then we do some yapping about some stuff. Not too much to talk about, but we got a video. We got a video to go over. Better than nothing. This news is just a little slow today. Not today, it's been pretty slow kind of recently. There is that, what? Putin and Russia are gonna meet in Alaska. And that negotiation, I can guarantee, is gonna lead nowhere. That shit's not going anywhere. Like, is going nowhere. That's pretty more or less guaranteed. It's not gonna go anywhere. Like, is it gonna be like recorded? It's not because Putin's a stubborn motherfucker. It's because Trump is he's already capitulated. I'm like, already. Like, deigning to even like see Putin is a capitulation. Like, Trump has already, he himself has said that, like,
Putin, you can't, like, he doesn't want to negotiate. I can't negotiate with him.
He himself has admitted to that, yet he still thinks he can negotiate with him. Even though he's already said that you can't negotiate with him. So it's just like, what's the point of negotiation? It legitimizes. It's a legitimizing thing. Like, you shouldn't be doing that. It's like the stupidest fucking thing you can do. So it's already like, it's kibosh. It's over. It's not gonna go anywhere. Anyway. Bathroom water, blah, blah, blah. We're back. We're here. We're not queer, but we're here. Oh boy. Aspen Gold and I are on the exact opposite sides of the aisle, but his analysis here is spot on. If the DNC does not get rid of identity politics... Okay, I'm fucking gonna talk about that. That's so fucking funny. The fuck is... Oh, what the fuck is unfuck America, dude? Guys, we need to get rid of identity politics to appeal to people who don't like us to begin with and still fucking hate our guts. It's like, okay. Oh, okay, are people stupid and don't listen to the video? People are just saying that, are just looking at the title of the video for the South Park video. It's saying like, oh yeah, no, duh. Like, yeah, South Park's counterculture, Republicans are officially the culture. How the fuck do you... Like, first off, I have contention with people saying that Republicans are officially the culture. No. No. That's not how that works. Conservatives and conservatism are wholeheartedly incapable of producing culture. They can't produce culture. They're just the people, they are just people who are upset about the fact that they can't create their own culture, so they just lash out. And that is culture to them. That lash out. When that's like, not really, it's very stupid and idiotic to say that that is culture. Or at least it's certainly stuff that certainly gets looked down upon. But like, the idea that like Republicans are officially the culture, even though they are people who are incapable of creating culture, is just so fucking stupid to me, man. It really is just fucking dumb, bro. I feel like, is it like safe for me to just say that people just looked at the title of the video, didn't click on the video, and then just turned our brains off to the rest of what was being said? Like, should I just operate off of that assumption that these people are just morons? It's just, why are we being so lazy, man? Ugh. It's like, thank you. I know that, like, South Park is counterculture. No, I don't agree with the Republican Party being officially the culture. It's very stupid. Republicans stand against everything that is like typical Americana. Like they don't agree with it categorically. It's just stupid, man. I was thinking about what the fuck else was I going to talk about today? Oh, we're making fun of Cuomo again. Yeah, because Cuomo had another banger of a post, quote unquote. I say that rather surreptitiously. Conservatives consider fancy studio and trad masculine aesthetic legitimate. Where they don't shower and someone will call you the Reddit mod. No, it's because I have fucking long hair and glasses, and I don't. I don't shave very often. I'm rather unkempt. But I don't really care. Like these people tend to be more fucking Reddit mod coded in comparison to literally everyone else. So it's fucking stupid that they keep saying like, you look like a Reddit mod, and it's just like, okay. I mean, sure, man. Whatever, bro. Very fucking. It's so stupid. It's just incredibly fucking stupid. Make a small segment out of that one, honestly. Andrews Cuomo. I have to do... Listen. I have to say, Bill de Blasio has been putting out some fucking bangers. Talking about how much he hates Cuomo. Okay. I'm not caught up 100% on my New York lore. Why does the left not like Bill de Blasio? I mean, he's done some pretty decent things from what I understand as mayor of New York. It's just, like, at every step of the way, from what I understand, maybe not every step of the way, some steps of the way, basically, like, Andrew Cuomo, because he was, he was governor at the point in time. He just got in the way. Why is Shady Vance trending? Oh. We know that Jeffrey Epstein had a lot of connections with left-wing politicians and left-wing billionaires. Wait a minute. Bro. Just fucking release the Epstein. I'm gonna fuck it. We're gonna make fun of... Yeah, we're making fun of this dude. Dude, if there's the connections there, then release the files, brother. Come on. But yeah, Boy Meets Minnie, do you know why, like, that people hate, whatever? He was cringe about the BLM protests? Okay. But he did a rent freeze, which was pretty good. I don't know, like, yeah, if he's cringe about BLM, then that's pretty fucking overall cringe. Okay. So, like, I suppose then in the grand sort of scheme of things, in terms of cringe, like, American politicians, he was, cringe, but not the most cringe. Whereas the standard is the most cringe, and, not that cringe is like, oh, okay, I mean, he was, like, not the worst. De Blasio's also against BDS. Okay, yeah, he's pretty fucking cringe. Oy. That is pretty fucking cringe. I'm getting distracted. Matt Bernstein. Okay, I think that's everything I want. Oh, wait, there's no Factorio here. I don't know what you mean. Oh, man, crazy. Whoa. Probably keep playing, as we're doing the, Matt Bernstein video. That's right. Talking about the rise and fall of rainbow capitalism. That's right. And we all know why it rose. It's because of Obergefell v. Hodges. That's what led to the rise. And then the obvious fall was, well, reactionary backlash. Tales all this time. But I would like to learn a little bit about the details. Alright, what do we got here? So my prediction about the Republican plan with the Epstein files is, whoa, it's coming true. Damn, who would have thought that the point of the subpoenaing of, well, Ghislaine Maxwell and the DOJ going ahead with their interview of her, I guess for lack of a better term, was for the express purpose of just to get dirt on political opponents. Hey, what do we got here? Keep in mind, let's not forget that JD Vance is the fucking same dude who said, oh, dude, we gotta release the fucking Epstein files, man. And now he's, like, saying shit like, well, you know, we know that he had a lot of connections with people, talk about, like, left-wing and politicians and Democrats and stuff like that. And it's just like, buddy, like, come on. Like, this was back in October of 2024. Seriously, we need to release the Epstein list. That is an important thing. Okay, so then release it. What, you're getting fucking cold feet? You want to, like, now do a little fucking song and dance because your guy's the one who's in it, right? Again, we know since May, given that report of the Wall Street Journal, that Trump has appeared there multiple times. Pam Bondi said, like, sir, you're in the Epstein files multiple times. So now we have to do this little song and little dance talking about, like, ooh, well, you know, we only want to get the left-wingers in there and stuff. So instead, it's just like, whoa, you made this completely rank and partisan and fucking stupid. But what do we got here?
Full transparency, but I have to say, Maria, I laugh at the Democrats who are now all of a sudden so interested.
Okay, if you care about full transparency, then tell Trump to release the fucking Epstein files, even though he's fucking in there. If we care about fucking transparency, you people don't care about transparency. Transparency is like, it's a buzzword for you fucking people. Nonsense.
In the Epstein files, for 4 years, Joe Biden and the Democrats did absolutely nothing about this story. We know that
because they didn't promise to release it. You guys are the ones who promised to release it. Again, Seriously, we need to release the Epstein list. That is an important thing. No Democrat was talking about the Epstein list. So they were just like, well, we're just not going to talk about it because we don't want to talk about it and we don't want to release it because Bill Clinton's in there. That's why they're not releasing it. Nor did they talk about it. You are the ones who decided to sow the seeds of releasing the Epstein files, and now you must reap it.
That Jeffrey Epstein had a lot of connections with left-wing politicians and left-wing billionaires, and now President Trump has demanded full transparency from this, and yet somehow the Democrats are attacking him and not the Biden administration, which did nothing for 4 years.
Are you, because he didn't say he didn't care about doing anything about it. He had actual promises, not promises to a bunch of schizophrenics within the broader Republican coalition. Like, again, whoa, the thing that happened, that I was expecting to happen. That it would just be made into complete rank partisan fucking nonsense. Or, like, the Republicans are going to find a way to make it rank partisan nonsense. You're the ones who quite literally said that they want to release it, and now, because Trump has been told that he's in there, he's getting fucking cold feet. And now he doesn't want to release it. Shocker. JD's been on, like, 4 vacations with his family this year. Whoa, JD, I thought we cared. I thought he was a hard worker. Working harder, better, faster, stronger. You know, fucking Daft Punk. Turns out that's a bunch of bullshit.
Was it the right move for Cuomo to send subpoenas to Clintons?
It absolutely was, and it drives home how while the Democrats have tried to make this Epstein thing about anything but the fact that Democrat billionaires and Democrat political leaders went to Epstein Island all the time. Who knows what they did, but it's totally reasonable to ask these questions. What you saw in the...
Like who? Okay, list some people. Are all these motherfuckers Democrats? Are they all fucking left-wingers? These are just buzzwords. Maybe J.D. Vance is just jealous of the fact that his stupid-looking head ass wasn't invited to the goddamn Epstein Island. Like, we already know, Epstein was a power broker guy. And he just, like, invited everyone and had everyone on the fucking island. It didn't matter what their political affiliation was. It didn't matter what their cultural affiliation was. All Epstein wanted was to just be the guy with the information on a ton of fucking people. That's the point.
The House's subpoena is they are trying to investigate all of the things related to this particular case. I know a lot of Americans want answers. I certainly want answers. And I think James Comer and the team of the House, they're doing the right thing. And of course,
man.
We know that Clinton, or allegedly he went to the island 26 times, 28 times. Totally appropriate for Comer to be asking what was going on at that island.
Let me get your...
Sure, I don't care about fucking Bill Clinton getting owned because of this stuff. Hillary Clinton, don't know if there's any relevance there. He's not being specific with which Clinton because, again, he's expecting the Fox News audience to be the ones to fill in the blanks because that is a purposeful rhetorical trick. But whoa, as expected from the fucking goddamn whole Epstein file saga with the calling of the recess, now they're just going to try to find a way to try to deflect from, well, the fact that Trump is in the Epstein files. He's in the fucking Epstein files. I'm going to keep saying that Trump's in the motherfucking Epstein files because he's in the fucking goddamn files. Don't think there's much else to say besides Trump's in the fucking Epstein files. He's in the Epstein files. I'll keep saying it. Okay, I'm very curious. Why is Elon trending? What did he do? It's just like general sort of like Elon. White people didn't invent slavery. Here's the uncomfortable truth. Oh boy. Okay. Elon is a racist. Who would have thought? It's gonna be interesting to see. Yeah, this motherfucker about to go on a 6-month hiatus, apparently, because of his dad's health. Well, you know, I have no qualms with Asmongold's dad. I only have qualms with Asmongold. Assmangold. No, there's plenty of other stuff to talk about. Besides, I don't know, Assman Gold. Goldman ass. But these little short video segments that I've been doing, I think have been quite nice. Although it might be better to just put those on like a fucking second channel, but whatever. Titsman Bronze? Yeah, but he's a Titsman then? What do you mean? I don't think he has the dignity for either of those things. I'll be honest. What do you mean? That's crazy. That's crazy. UKIP leader doing a Nazi salute? That's cool. That's cool. What does Beto O'Rourke think about Palestine? I don't know. He's probably better than on it than Pete Bootysucker, who's, well, a lab-grown Barack Obama clone. Alright, what do we got here? Someone agreeing with fucking Asmongold. What the... Analysis is spot on here. Immediate problem. If you're saying that any of Asmongold's analysis is spot on, it's over. Your like brain is like metastasized and is starting to grow mold in it. Okay, like nothing Asmongold says is fucking correct. Get the hell out of here. If the DNC doesn't get rid of identity politics and starts focusing on growing our tent. Dude, who the fuck else are you going to grab into the fucking coalition of the Democratic Party? Like, who? Who? Fucking, what, you want suburbanite Republicans or something? Who else needs to be in the fucking coalition? They keep saying they want to grow the coalition, but at this point, I believe that grow the coalition, grow the fucking tent, what that means is cater to fucking Republicans. Cater to fucking suburban Republicans is why I'm beginning to see this as a dog whistle for at this point. No, you should not be catering to a bunch of these sniveling losers and dipshits within the fucking goddamn Republican fucking party because they don't give a fuck about any of your people. Like, listen, do you really think that you can find rapport with all these, like, those sniveling fucking morons within suburbanite Republican areas? No. You keep doing that, and that's what's been leading to you people losing fucking elections. But, you know, whatever. 3IQ, Troglodyte, Z, Conan Sanchez being fucking stupid. Also, identity politics in the fucking Democratic Party? Dog, everyone is seemingly trying to throw trans people under the fucking bus within the goddamn not the Republican, but within the Democratic Party, and hardly fucking talks about it. What do you mean identity fucking politics? Asmongold is just a fucking 3IQ troglodyte who fucking says, like, yeah, like, I think everything just boils down to everything being too woke, and because everything is too woke, therefore it's bad. And it's just like, that's the stupidest fucking shit on the fucking planet. Nobody fucking thinks like that, except for Asmongold, who I've said before, and I will say again, bro's brain just does not function normally. But what do we have here? What is he saying?
There, we absolutely will. People wonder why the youth vote shifted 9% to the right.
Yeah.
And that's a big reason why. He's put the footwork in and we haven't.
I think that this is definitely a very good thing that Democrats are realizing this. And also, people are surprised. This is a really good video by CNN.
Nobody fucking has talked about trans people or identity politics. It ranks 22nd out of, like, I don't know, 25 different issues in terms of what people are most concerned about. It's not fucking identity politics. The problem with the Democratic Party is the fact that it is a party that stands for nothing because of the fact that they kept growing their tent to try to win elections, which, as I have said before, is a euphemism for catering to suburbanite fucking Republicans. That's the fucking problem.
I think it was. This is, like, unironically a good video that was fair. Yeah, they're discussing it in a genuine way.
It's What do you mean by fair? Bro probably thinks it's fucking fair. Okay, we're making a prediction here, okay? Bro probably thinks it is fucking fair. Why? Whoa, crazy, because it's a stupid dumb fuck over here who I believe I recognize this person. This person was on Jenks Jubilee, Boy Meets Mini. I think I remember this person. And this was, like, I think one of the motherfuckers who was constantly, like, talking about, like, you know, I think populism is bad because it just doesn't lead to, like, good results or, like, whatever. I don't remember what like, stupid bullshit that she was arguing, but it was probably fucking stupid. Whoa! She's finding rapport with, like, anti-woke bullshit, which is, like, the thing that Democrats barely fucking talked about at all during the campaign. Like, not one mention of fucking trans people was had during the Kamala Harris campaign. Like, they just were not talked about at all. But these stupid fucking freaks want to hyperfixate on them and want to cater to suburbanite Republicans and just want to go with the exact same fucking, I don't know, like, seemingly the exact same fucking scapegoat that every fucking conservative is coming out with. But what is this? Unfuck America tour? Oh, hi, Destiny. Hi, Destiny. Wait, does Destiny fucking believe that it's because of fucking... Oh, this is Not So Erudite. Kyla Turner. Yep, there's Not So Erudite, who's also a fucking moron. Who the fuck are these people? Most of these fucking people. The only ones I recognize is here, Kyla Turner, aka Not So Erudite. And also, what? Is Destiny. I have no idea who the fuck these people are. Whatever. Nice meme. I don't know. I guess it's, I guess Unfuck America is okay with being led by a weirdo fucking sex pest. Destiny. Yeah, so the problem is not with fucking trans people or identity politics. That is fucking stupid. That's not the fucking issue. The issue is the fact that the Democratic Party stands and believes in fucking nothing. They don't believe in anything. They believe in basically saying and whatever good policy that Kamala Harris, for example, did have, such as going after corporate price gouging in grocery stores. That was a policy that fucking Kamala Harris was championing. And it's a good policy. Great policy. Where did that fucking go after the DNC? Oh, it got fucking kiboshed because of the fucking DNC. Well, crazy. Who would have thought that it's all the fault of the fucking DNC? These fucking establishment wannabe fucking do-nothings. Whoa, who would have thought that they're the fucking main reason for as to why the fucking Democratic Party is suffering a sort of identity crisis at this point. It's so fucking stupid. And now, what? Does this fucking dumbass want to have Asmongold in the fucking coalition? Like, seriously? This fucking white nationalist fucking dipshit? Nice fucking meme, dude.
And I think that really what they've realized is that CNN, and I think that a lot of the Democrat establishment has realized that they disenfranchised and they deplatformed so many people that those people now are so large that they can create their own platforms. Like what...
Oh my fucking god, dude. This is the most low IQ fucking thing on the fucking planet. This is the stupidest fucking analysis that you can get. This is the analysis you agree with, Z? I understand why your fucking organization is probably as fucking dog shit as it is, and why it's being led by fucking Destiny of all people, whose, I don't know, political instincts seem to be on the literal fucking ground floor. Jesus fucking Christ. No, that is not the reason why there is fucking problems with the fucking Democratic Party. The problems with the Democratic Party stem from the fact that they don't believe in anything. They believe in nothing. Whoa, crazy. So a party that fucking doesn't fundamentally believe in anything is experiencing problems with being able to court voters? Oh, it's whoa, what a shock. I know.
Charlie Kirk has done. And so they can no longer rely on just simply removing people's access to discuss.
Wait, what about fucking Charlie Kirk?
Platforms like what Charlie Kirk has done. And so they can no longer rely on just simply...
Charlie Kirk gets the backing of fracking billionaires. What the fuck are you talking about? He dropped out of fucking college because some fucking fracking dipshit dumb fucking billionaires decided to go to him, give him a bunch of fucking money, and was just like, here, can you, like, go gallivant about on, like, school properties, not properties, but like university properties, do your like 3 IQ debate nonsense, and I don't know, just be like a general sort of like stupid idiot, and we'll raise your fucking public profile. You'll try to start like a political organization that's supposed to appeal to young people, which, guess what? Never take a look at any Turning Point USA conferences, like audience that they generally have. Very often tends to be a lot of fucking old white people. Very, very fucking often. And basically he just gallivanted about, did his like stupid fucking debate stuff that he's not very fucking good at, and got a lot of fucking national prominence as a result of that. It's not because he got fucking canceled by the Democrats or whatever the fuck, Asmongold. Charlie Kirk got fucking prominence because he gets paid to have prominence. People paid for him to have fucking prominence. They bought prominence for him. That is why.
Removing people's access to discussion. And so now that they have to come to the table, they have to come, there's a big come to Jesus moment here, right? Where like, hey, maybe what we're doing isn't working. And that's clearly what's happened.
So he's correct there. He's correct that there's a come to Jesus moment and what they're doing is not working. But it's not because of people getting censored and deplatformed. It's because the Democrats believe in nothing. And the reason why they are having their come to Jesus moment now is because of Zoran Mamdani. Zoran Mamdani actually believes in things. Same with people like Omar Fattah. Omar Fattah actually believes in things. And as a byproduct, as a result, reinvigorated the fucking Democratic Party to be like, well, not the Democratic Party, but I would say the constituents within the fucking Democratic Party to be like, yeah, there's actually people in this fucking party that really believe in things. But since the fucking Democratic Party, the establishment in this particular instance, only fundamentally cares about getting the exact same billionaire cash and money from the exact same Republican fucking donors and billionaire and corporate donors, whoa, they want to try to put the fucking kibosh on that shit as much as they fucking can in order to be able to keep getting those fucking billionaire fucking goddamn money and that corporate fucking goddamn money. That's the fucking point. It's not because of wokeness or because of, I don't know, identity politics. That's the stupidest fucking shit on the planet. Or because of fucking censorship. That's the dumbest shit ever. That is just fucking stupid.
Now, how many views? Yeah, he acknowledged the shooting. Yeah, I know.
Okay, it doesn't matter. Who cares? Well, as
There we
expected.
absolutely will.
As expected from, I don't know, this seemingly this fucking complete dipshit, Z. Conan Sanchez, who has a organization that is seemingly being, I don't know, led by Destiny or some shit. Maybe not led by Destiny. Headlined by fucking Destiny. It turns out that this person's political fucking analysis is complete fucking dog shit. And that this is not the fucking reason why the Democrats are faltering and failing. The problem is what they fucking fundamentally believe in, and their attempts to court particular people, as a result, are alienating people from the broader fucking party apparatus. That is the main fucking issue. It's not because of trans people, identity politics, or fucking wokeness. Things that Kamala Harris hardly fucking talked about during her campaign. It's fucking stupid. Whoa, people are stupid? And I hate them. Alright, well, it's time to talk about lesbians or something. I don't know. Does it have copyrighted music? Probably. Shut up. Time to talk about lesbians. What the fuck are SEC sororities back? If it's a reference to fucking Greek shit, I have bad news for this fucking dumbass. Greeks, extremely fucking gay. Like, so fucking gay. Why are we talking about gayness and the Greeks? What? So stupid, dude. So fucking stupid. Alright, what the fuck is this? What is this? The purple-haired lesbians have to be furious that SEC sororities are back. Why would they fucking be mad about this? What is this? Oh no, skimpily clad women are dancing. Why would lesbians be mad about this exactly? Like, I don't understand. What the fuck? Like, what the fuck is this? What is the point of all this? This is how you know that this, like, cultural war fucking bullshit is just, like, complete, like, 3 IQ troglodyte nonsense, and is only meant to do one thing and one thing only, and that is to try to just own the fucking libs. It's the most fucking boring nonsense on the planet, and when they don't get the reaction that they want of, like, people being like, oh no, I'm so upset and mad about this, that, like, it just doesn't work out. And then they just get, like, mad about it, and they keep trying to, like, post through it, and they keep making themselves look stupider and stupider. Like, I don't understand. Why would a bunch of purple-haired lesbians be furious about, I don't know, skimpily clad women dancing in front of a fucking building? I'm just curious. What are SEC sororities? What is this? Also, yeah, by the way, sororities are Greek in origin. Does just Joe here not know how fucking gay the ancient Greek society was? They were extremely fucking gay. So, like, why the fuck are you bringing up SEC sororities? That pink-haired lesbian or purple-haired lesbians would be jealous of this. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Refers to a sorority located at a university within the Southeastern Conference. SEC is a collegiate athletic conference. Okay, whatever. I still don't see why purple-haired lesbians would be upset about this. It's very fucking strange and fucking stupid. Honestly, if anything, people mostly make fun of people at sororities simply for the fact that, haha, you have to pay to get fucking friends. Because that's the line that I go with. I just go like, haha, you have to pay to get friends. I'm being a little fucking facetious when I do that. It's a little more complicated than that. But, yeah, haha, you have to pay to get friends. And I don't think purple-haired lesbians are going to be particularly upset about the fact that these sororities are making a return. It's fucking stupid. I'd rather not hit the fucking coal patch, because that'd be kind of annoying with my machines. But I might hit the coal patch. What can you do? No, I can't believe that we're shitting on the gays or something. No, gay people. Fuck. Ugh. Or something stupid. And like 3 IQ. Alright. What the fuck do we have here? Pete Buttigieg discusses Israel and Gaza. Oh boy, I can only assume just the great things that our boy, our favorite little rat man, Pete Buttigieg has to say about, well, Israel and Gaza. What's this?
More than half of Senate Democrats just voted to oppose the sale of over $500 million worth of U.S. bonds and guns to Israel.
Based, by the way, based of them to finally decide to turn the tides against the fucking goddamn genocidal apartheid regime of Israel.
You have voted to oppose sending those weapons?
I think we need to insist that if American taxpayer funding is going to weaponry that is going to Israel, that is not going to things that shock the conscience. And look, we see images every day that shock the conscience.
The fuck is meant by shock the conscience? Like, yeah, he's not answering the question. Ain't no way he's fucking answering this question. Yeah, shock the dog. You can just say that they just want to murder people, okay? Because that's the point of the fucking ethnic cleansing, okay? Listen, Israel doesn't give a fuck about anything else besides murder of Palestinian children. That's what they fucking fundamentally care about. They just want to fucking kill people. It's not about shocking the conscience or, I don't know, whatever euphemistic language you want to use here in particular. No. The point of what Israel is fucking doing here is that they just want to fucking kill and ethnically cleanse the Palestinian people out of Gaza and take the territory for themselves. Quite literally, there was just a plan that was approved by Benjamin Netanyahu and his fucking goddamn security cabinet saying like, so we're gonna go ahead with an annexation, right, of the Gaza Strip, and the Security Council's fucking approving that.
So much of this is complicated, but what's not complicated is that if a child is starving because of a choice made by a government, that is unconscionable. And
Sure, yeah.
we, I think, especially including voices who care about Israel, who believe in Israel's right to exist, who have stood with Israel in response to the unbelievable cruelty and terrorism of October 7th. I think there's a reason why so many of those voices are speaking up now, too, because this is not just...
Yeah, they're speaking up now about this, Pete, because they just want to see Palestinians get killed. Like, that's the point. They just want to murder Palestinians. They're okay with Palestinians getting killed. Like, it's not about, like, well, you know, there's, like, a reason why they're, like, going ahead with it and saying, like, yeah, well, there's, like, they're speaking up right now because they're in support of the fucking genocide. That's the point. It's not because of, like, oh, yeah, well, you know, they're just saying that they're just, like, in support of, like, this particular thing, talking about, like, different things, saying, like, oh, well, it's good because of this thing, but no. Don't fucking, listen, that's a bunch of whiff-waffly fucking bullshit. The point of them fucking coming out and saying that they want to fucking murder a bunch of goddamn fucking kids is that they just want to murder a bunch of fucking goddamn kids. There's no point in being fucking obtuse about this. I don't know why he's being fucking obtuse about this. Again, Democratic support for Israel is in the absolute fucking tank. Same with just general fucking support for Israel. In the absolute fucking tank. The only people who fucking still support Israel at this point are Republicans. That's it. Those are the only people that are okay with, well, what's going on in Palestine right now. It's just Republicans. But then again, this is perfectly in line for what the Democratic Party wants to do, basically. They want to try to appeal to fucking suburbanites. Again, when it's just not gonna fucking work. I don't know why. They just have this particular, I don't know, like autistic fixation at this point for wanting to just appeal so much to fucking suburbanite Republicans who don't like them and will never fucking vote for them. It's fucking stupid.
Something that is on its face and in itself a moral catastrophe. It is also a catastrophe for Israel for the long run.
How do you think the next administration should handle our relationship with Israel? Do you think it should change based on what Netanyahu has done the last several years?
Well, certainly Netanyahu can't be the only voice or the only compass for what should happen in the U.S.-Israel relationship. And you know, no matter how strongly, or especially because of how strongly you might believe in Israel's right to exist and defend itself, you don't have to make excuses for the choices that Netanyahu is making, especially because they are.
Again, so you can very easily tell about how this is just like substanceless, or doesn't have any fucking substance, not substanceless, whatever, has no substance to it, because again, he's not talking about the main fucking problem, and that is the state of Israel itself. It has been a fucking issue since the Balfour fucking Declaration. Like, that's how long it's been a fucking problem. Ever since a bunch of goddamn motherfuckers kept moving in and just actively kicking people out of their fucking houses, whoa, that's when there was going to be inevitable problems. And nothing was fucking dealt with. Nothing has been done about it, basically. Not dealt with, but nothing has been fucking done about it since, like, the 1917, when the fucking British should have just been like, okay, how about we, put the absolute fucking kibosh on all this like fucking displacement, and try to come to some form of a compromise. But then again, Zionists are not interested in fucking compromise. They just want to fucking conquer the territory. That's what they want.
Often made not only in the name of the Israeli people, but in the name of a U.S. alliance. I think that we, as Israel's strongest ally and friend, you put your arm around your friend when there's something like this going on and talk about what we're prepared to do together. And it certainly cannot be what we see right now from this administration and this president talking about beachfront property in Gaza before he's prepared to talk about human suffering in Gaza.
Do you think it's time to...
You might want to have mentioned that potentially to Joe Biden, you know, talking about all the human suffering Like, the only reason why it's as bad as it is right now is because fucking Joe Biden is particularly fucking bad within about the issue of fucking goddamn Israel Palestine. Like, he is just like a very, very fucking goddamn like Zionist fucking piece of shit, right? And he's the one who's basically exacerbated the issue by basically letting Brett McGurk be the main guy to take the fucking reins on this. And yeah, the only way you're gonna fucking fix this issue, and I've talked about this before, is you do an international coalition under the fucking UN. You bring everyone in the world, doesn't fucking matter, everybody joins in an occupation of the fucking country, and you force integration, right, of the Palestinians and the Israelis. That is the only way forward. But again, is anyone going to go ahead with that? No, because the US are going to be the main guys who will instantaneously do everything possible to, you know, make sure that something like that does not happen to fucking Israel.
Recognize a Palestinian state.
I think that's a profound question that arouses a lot of the biggest problems that have happened with Israel's survival, Israel's right to survival in the diplomatic scene. And many of the people who have taken that step historically have done so for different reasons than what we see happening with European countries. I think we need to step back and we need to do whatever it takes to ensure that there is a real two-state solution and that no one, not even the likes of Netanyahu, can veto the international community's commitment to a two-state solution where you have...
Damn, you might have to also talk with the US about that one. Again, two-state solution's fucking dead at this point. The apartheid structure is still fucking in place. That's the actual fucking problem here, is the fact that the structure of apartheid is inherently baked within fucking Israel's law. So that's the actual fucking issue. It's not about like, well, you know, if we get like a two-state solution, then maybe that'll fix the problems. No. That's only gonna fucking kick the can down the road, right? That's not gonna fucking fix the problem. The only way you're going to fucking fix this problem, and this is going to be something that the U.S. military-industrial complex is not going to be big fans of, is you fucking do an occupation of the country. That's the only way forward.
Have Palestinians and Israelis living with safety, with security, with rights. I believe that can happen, but we have to actually show some commitment to it.
Yeah, and you can do that through a fucking two-state solution where they are still separated by, you know, random fucking drawn lines made up by stupid, dumb fucking humans who may have their own fucking interests at heart. It's ridiculous and fucking stupid. The only way forward that you're going to actually see peace is by having a UN-led international fucking coalition going into the fucking region and occupying the country for at least 2 generations. And putting in as much, like, basically propaganda as possible to, well, you know, basically enforce fucking integration. And then eventually, it'll play out normally after those 2 generations have more than likely passed. That is what you have to fucking do. If people in Israel are going to, like, throw a hissy fit about it and leave, fine. They could throw a hissy fit about it and fucking leave. Not my fucking problem. The only way you're going to fix the fucking problem is if, well, you decide to go in and actually fix the problem. Force integration. That is the only way. Like I've said before, the Palestinians and the fucking Jewish people that have lived in the region of Palestine for thousands of years have had no problems living with one another. Have they had fucking tensions before? Yes. But not like tensions like this, where it's all about the fucking ethnic cleansing. The only thing that decided to fucking change all of this was when the British and the French came in and occupied after World War I. That was what caused the fucking change. Not because of like any particular person or rhyme or fucking reason. No. That's a bunch of fucking malarkey, okay? That's a bunch of hooey. That's a bunch of fucking bullshit. The problem is that fucking anti-Semitism was imported in because of fucking European countries. That is the actual fucking problem. But, you know, a lot of these motherfuckers would prefer to fucking ignore that history because, you know, I guess that's going to be too much of a difficult conversation for a lot of people like, I don't know, Pete Buttigieg to fundamentally fucking engage with. I don't think there's really much else to say besides the solution is not going to fucking happen unless you force both Israelis and Palestinians to integrate with one another. That's the only way forward. If the US could do it in the 50s, so can the Israelis and the fucking Palestinians. And as for all this fucking bullshit about like, oh, there's been like thousands of years of tension. Now, Nah, that's a bunch of bullshit and ahistorical fucking nonsense. Fuck out of here with that bullshit. You have no fucking idea what you're talking about. I definitely know better than you. Shut the fuck up. Fucking reintegrate. Cope, seethe, and mold if you want to actually see a real solution to the fucking problem. Why am I so based and pog-pilled? Why am I so good at everything? I don't know. I ask myself this question constantly. ICE is actively recruiting new agents with incentives to fill critical vacancies. That's so fucking funny. No, we need people to join the Gestapo. No. No, we need the Gestapo. So dumb, dude. Oh, I should fucking just do a little duplicator, you know? I need to move my fucking steel setup that I have. I must fix it now. Because I'm going to run out of space. Otherwise, I will keep thinking about it. And it will distract me. I need more bulk inserters. So you will go grab them for me. That's that problem fixed. Problems fixing? I'm very good at that. Yes, I am. All right. What do we have here? Andrew Cuomo with another, I see another foot in mouth kind of a situation. So what the fuck is this? Today I'm proud to announce that I'm proposing Zoran's Law. Oh, that's very nice of him. What, you're trying to be like gay butt buddies with Zoran Mamdani? That's nice of you, Andrew Cuomo. A law that will keep the rich out of New York's affordable housing. Wait, hold on. Isn't a lot of fucking New York like housing affordable? Also, like, Zoran is, we've talked about this before already. Zoran is not that fucking rich. Like, for New York to be able to live a comfortable life within New York, you need to make about a 6-figure fucking salary. Like, what do you fucking mean? Yeah, like, what is Zoran Mamdani's fucking net worth? Okay, it's so fucking stupid. What, Zoran Mamdani net worth? Like what the fuck is this? Approximately 200K? Well, that's how much he's apparently earning, or some shit. Like, also, what's up, Dr. Bear? How's it going, bud? Wait, what's his fucking net worth? Zoran Mamdani's net worth, so this is from a fucking Facebook page, has a net worth of 200 fucking K? That's it? What's Andrew Cuomo's net worth? What do we got here? What about Cuomo? What does our favorite cum boy have? Worth about $10 million. That's a little fucking interesting. Like, what the fuck? Why are you fucking talking about this then, bro? Like, this is so fucking goofy and fucking strange that he's talking about, like, no, like, he has to get out of New York's affordable housing. Okay, we did the fucking calculations, okay? So, for a 1-bedroom apartment in Astoria, that's what Zoran Mamdani says he pays every single month. It's about he said it's about $2,300 fucking $100, okay? With his fucking salary, he is paying about a third, okay? About a third of his fucking goddamn monthly fucking income, okay? We've done the calculations. Listen, Andrew, I'll fucking help you, buddy, okay? He has he's a current job. It's $142K a year, so convert $142K per year in a bi-weekly fucking salary, okay? It's about $5,400 a week. This is not considering the fact that he gets taxed, okay? So, how about we take a look at US tax brackets? Very, very fucking easy. This is from the IRS. So, about $142K, okay? So, 24 fucking percent. So, it's about a quarter, okay? So, about a quarter of that gets immediately taken out for fucking taxes. So, that's about $1,350, okay? We'll operate with just easy numbers, okay? So about $1,350 is taken out of that. So in reality, a bi-weekly salary that Zoran Mamdani earns is about it's about $4,000. Okay, so in terms of $4,000 fucking dollars, about half of that bi-weekly fucking salary goes to rent, and he earns about let's say it's about $8K a month. So $2,300 out of $8K, that's about 30% of your fucking goddamn paycheck is going to rent alone. Now, obviously, for whatever reason, it's been kind of, like sort of okay, like normalized that about 30% is what you should be paying for a fucking goddamn like place. 30% of your fucking budget is what you should allocate, which is very, very fucking weird. Very, 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 very strange that is the sort of case, the sort of like, I don't know, like cultural sort of position or something. Yeah, and Boy Meets Mini, you earn a similar salary. Yeah, you pay about a third of your income to rent after taxes. Yeah, which is pretty fucking normal. Like, Duh. Yeah. Like, this is like simple fucking math. But again, like, Andrew Cuomo doesn't understand this because he's a wealthy fucking out of touch suburbanite. That's the fucking problem. And I guess this dumbass is advocating for, I'll fucking say this. He's advocating for fucking white flight. That is what he is fucking advocating for. It is fucking ridiculous and fucking crazy that this is sort of like expected. Yeah, you pay a half of your income, Dr. Bear, for fucking rent. That's bad. That is not fucking sustainable. It is about expected that you should be paying about a third for your rent. That is what is sort of seen as sustainable. You know, we can quibble about, like, should that be the case or not. Personally, I don't think that should be the case. I think that housing is something that should be broadly decommodified because something with inelastic demand should, period, end of story, be decommodified. Because, again, any motherfucker is going to be willing to pay as much money as is needed in order to have housing. Because, again, the point of housing is, well, to be able to fucking survive. People need to be housed in order to be able to live normal fucking lives. But for some reason, the rich just want to, I don't know, make like some complete fucking like conniption about it. Saying like, oh, you know, housing, who gives a fuck about any of that stuff? It's just like, dog, like, people care about how much they pay for fucking housing because of the fact that it is a thing that they have to think about all the fucking time for their own fucking survival. You don't have to be as concerned about your own fucking survival because you are rich. So, you don't have to think about that or care about that as much. Very fucking stupid. At Zoran Mamdani, you say freeze the rent, but for who? Everybody. Hey, Andrew, I know that you're like an individualized cucked fucking loser, but you know what? Like, you know what you should generally speaking do? Like, if you're willing to implement universal programs, they should apply equally to everybody. That's how universal programs work, you fucking moron. Like, is it like ridiculous and hyperbolic to say? It's fucking stupid. Rich people like you, hard-working class New Yorkers who are being pushed from their neighborhoods. Is he making an argument that Zoran Mamdani is gentrifying like affordable housing? Hey, you want to know someone else who fucking did a rent freeze? Hello, Mayor Bill de Blasio. He did a fucking rent freeze that Andrew Cuomo got in the fucking way of during his time as governor by not allowing Bill de Blasio to be able to work that out within the fucking budget because New York City mayors have to negotiate with the governor in order to be able to do, the fucking goddamn finances. So, interesting. I wonder why, like, Andrew Cuomo decided to get in the way of Bill de Blasio trying to freeze the rent, right? We can even look this up. Andrew Cuomo stopping Bill de Blasio from freezing the rent. Like, he got in the fucking wave of that stuff. It's so fucking stupid that he's just like, you know, it's really, really bad. De Blasio calls for rent freeze, says Cuomo should let tenants pay with security deposits. And guess what? He was the one who fucking got in the way of this shit. Like, it's so fucking stupid. Like, this is the fucking problem. If people just run out of money, let them defer on their rent. Then they can pay it back after a period of time. If people don't have the money, they don't have the money, he continued. I believe there should be a plan to allow people to defer their rent and have a repayment plan that everyone agrees on. Guess what? Cuomo got in the fucking way of that. It's so fucking stupid, right? The mayor also laid out some responsibility with the Rent Guidelines Board, saying it should act to quickly authorize rent freeze for over 2.4 million rented stabilized tenants. To me, it's abundantly clear we need a rent freeze. The facts couldn't be clearer. Greatest economic crisis since the Great Depression. He urged anyone having trouble with their landlord, call 311 for information. New rules. De Blasio said economic crisis follows the same racial disparities, of course. In a sense, this virus teamed up with the inequalities that already exist in our society and that we've been fighting in New York for the past, in New York City over these last 6+ years. It's very painful to see folks who have worked so hard bear this brunt, blah, 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 right? Like, Cuomo, like, you're the one who got in the fucking way of that shit. Like, you were the one who didn't want to fucking let Bill de Blasio fucking freeze the rent. He's just trying to gaslight. It's so fucking goofy. Let's build affordable housing that help the people who need it. Under Zoran's law, landlords can no longer rent vacant, rent-controlled units to the wealthy. Yeah, dude, because, like, rent-controlled units are the ones that are mostly going to the wealthy. This is so fucking stupid. You know, like, how many people are being fucking affected by this? You're a fucking suburbanite. That's, like, the fucking thing that you are all about. You want to basically force out a bunch of people from being able to live in fucking New York City, in the inner parts of the city, that because you want, like, some, I don't know, probably, like, little clones of yourself gallivanting about, being, like, sexual fucking assaulters and shit like that. Maybe you want, like, more people to sue for people's gynecological records or some shit. It's so fucking stupid. And here's, like, another fucking point. Roughly half of all rental units in New York City are rent stabilized, like the one that Zoran Mamdani lives in. Is Cuomo really proposing that middle-class and upper-middle-class New Yorkers should be barred from 50% of all apartments? Honestly, Peter Stern, I don't think that's a ridiculous assertion to make. That's very, very interesting. And these are, by the way, middle-class and upper-middle-class New Yorkers. These are the ones who carried Zoran Mamdani over the fucking finish line. Or not, I shouldn't even say carried him over the fucking finish line. They're his main fucking constituents. So Andrew Cuomo also just wants to be spiteful and a little fucking pissant, a little piss baby to Zoran's main fucking constituents. This is going to be a very, very intelligent tactic here in order to court more fucking voters, you fucking moron. You are a rich person stealing affordable housing from the poor, and you are not the only one. It's past time we address this injustice. That's probably, like, affecting barely any people, but whatever. Let's build a New York City that works for the people who need it. What's the stupid shit that he fucking says?
Rent-stabilized units, when they're vacant, should only be rented to people who need affordable housing.
How do you determine that, by the way? Like, is it certain income brackets or something? What if someone barely passes the fucking threshold? Like, this is why sort of doing this sort of what's the fucking term? Basically, it's not like austerity, but what's the fucking term? I'm fucking blanking on the fucking term. It's not needle and diming. It's the fucking thing that Democrats do all the time in terms of, like, and it's not austerity. Well, nickel and dime, basically, like, means testing. Yes, means testing. So, dude, like, the point of him doing this is because of him saying, like, particular brackets is all about fucking means testing. Like I've said before, what if you just barely get above that particular bracket and you're still, like, a part of, like, a certain tax bracket or something, or if you're, like, a part of a certain other particular bracket? Like, let's say the cutoff is about 80K. Okay, what if that person makes 81K a fucking year, right? Like, that's why you don't means test for fucking particular policies like this. There's no point. It should be universal, right? And if rich people fucking benefit from it, then okay, a couple of rich people are going to also fucking benefit from it. But the vast majority of people are still going to benefit more so from it. So, again, there's no point in fucking means testing for shit like this. You just want to fucking means test because you are spiteful about the fact that Zoran Mamdani's, well, main constituency tended to be middle class and sort of upper middle class fucking New Yorkers. That's what you want to do.
Not people like Zoran Mamdani. You don't need to be renting rent-stabilized units to wealthy people. Otherwise...
By the way, this is the exact same excuse that all these, like, stupid Democratic, like, establishment politicians would trot out against Bernie for, you know, but saying that for saying that student debt relief should not be done. Saying, like, well, like, a bunch of rich people are going to be the ones who also benefit from all this stuff. Why do you want to benefit the rich so badly, Bernie Sanders? And it's just like, dog, if that is your fucking interpretation of this, that is the most fucking stupid and dishonest fucking shit on the fucking planet, and you are an idiot for fucking thinking like that. But then again, most of the people that I'm talking about here are fucking stupid idiots.
What you're doing is you're abusing the system. I'm going to propose...
Yeah, dude, because people are a real big fan of the system right now. Totally.
Not rent that apartment by law, except to a person who actually needs affordable housing. And I'm going to call it Zoran's Law, because it's an abuse of the system.
Again, like I said, there is no point in fucking means testing stuff like this. Because, again, everybody needs fucking housing. What if those rich people are trying to buy rent-stabilized apartments in a particular part of New York City that they need to get to fucking work for example, and it's perfectly convenient for them to have that sort of housing? Should they not have the ability to rent that particular apartment? That's why I'm saying that doing means testing like this is incredibly fucking stupid. It's very, very dumb. But we have, like, one more meme here by fucking... What? By Bill de Blasio. Andrew Cuomo failed to address the crisis of food deserts in New York in his 10 years as governor. The only reason he's talking about it now is because of Zoran Mamdani. So I guess he also has a proposal for the fucking food deserts. Again, Zoran Mamdani's fucking policy in terms of, you know, the city-run grocery stores is a pilot program. He's going to do it to a couple of fucking stores, see what happens, see what works, kind of improve upon it, make some changes, do some tweaks, you know, standard fucking technocrat shit, which the Democrats should soy the fuck out over. Very, very, very standard technocrat shit. And now for some reason, Andrew Cuomo is just seemingly against basic fucking technocracy type shit. So it's just like, dog, what do you want then exactly? Like, what do you want? What do you desire? Like, what is your plan for fucking anything? The point is because he just wants to fucking means test everything, because in reality, he doesn't like fucking universal programs. He doesn't fucking agree with universal programs because he's just a stupid, out-of-touch fucking millionaire. But what is this? Zoran Mamdani's nonsense grocery plan will bring empty shelves to rich people. Well, bring empty shelves to rich people? Bro, what the fuck are you talking about? It's just a pilot program to study, to see the effects of it. This is the stupidest shit on the fucking planet. This has been fucking successful in rural parts of America because they were forced to have to fucking do it. It's fucking crazy. Yeah, and rich people do not fucking go to the grocery store. They either Uber Eats it in or some shit, have like a courier fucking bring it in for them, or they go to upper class fucking super ritzy grocery stores or some shit, and they don't fucking shop at like most bodegas and like average grocery stores that people need to oftentimes go to shop to. It's fucking stupid. Mine will decrease food insecurity for people who actually need it. Again, he's means testing it. Ever the fucking dumb fucking loser, quote-unquote technocrat, he has to fucking mean test things that have inelastic demand. Things that should not be means tested, period, end of story. Everyone needs to go to the grocery store in order to buy food. What is the point of fucking means testing is? Because in reality, he doesn't fucking support people being able to have affordable fucking groceries. What is this?
The Assemblyman's proposal is government-run grocery stores.
All the shelves are empty.
So again, it is a pilot program. He's going to test for about 4 or 5 different places to see if a policy like that can work.
Every aisle is like a ghost town.
I walked in and I'm like, okay, where's all the food?
My proposal is food subsidy for low-income families who are not eligible for SNAP. It's time to build
a food subsidy income who are not eligible for fucking SNAP. Okay, so again, I ask the exact same fucking question. What is the limit? Because he's not gonna fucking outline this stuff. Because again, he's doing a fucking technocrat, fucking means-tested bullshit when there should be something that, whoa, crazy, should not be fucking means-tested. And yeah, exactly, Boy Meets Mini. SNAP barely gets you any groceries these days. Yeah, considering all the cuts that have fucking happened to it, what can you get off of fucking SNAP? You can barely get fucking anything. So there is no point, again, in means-testing these things. It is better to have the fucking city-run fucking grocery stores, because again, this is first off a pilot fucking program, and also People are also doing this in rural parts of the fucking country because a lot of private corporations do not want to do business in those particular goddamn areas because they are incredibly poor and they don't think they're going to make a profit there. The issue is the profit incentive. It is the structure for fucking profit. That is, period, the main fucking problem. But then again, you know, as expected from fucking Andrew Cuomo, he's an out-of-touch fucking millionaire who doesn't go to shop at where the fucking poors go to shop. That they're icky poors. Who gives a fuck about what the poors have to say? California has an additional program on top called CalFresh, and even that's not enough for the basics. Again, the problem is it's a bunch of fucking means testing bullshit on programs that should not be fucking means tested. That is the main fucking issue. So as expected of fucking Andrew Cuomo, what he fundamentally wants to do is, first off, be spiteful against the people who voted more so for fucking Zoran Mamdani, because again, Andrew Cuomo is an incredibly spiteful little fucking loser, little fucking dipshit, and he wants to just do a bunch of fucking means testing nonsense, not be very clear about the sort of demarcated lines for his fucking policies, as expected and as always, because in reality, he doesn't actually support the fucking policy. He wants to make it more and more difficult for people to be able to afford food and fucking rent. Because again, who are the main people that fucking back him within his fucking campaign? Real estaters, landlords, and fucking Uber Eats. People who ostensibly, you know, and DoorDash, not Uber Eats, but DoorDash. People who ostensibly would be against a lot of the things that Zoran Mamdani proposes in his broader sort of affordability agenda. So that's why Andrew Cuomo is fucking saying all this fucking bullshit, saying like, we have to means test all this stuff. Get the fuck out of here with this stupid bullshit, Andrew, okay? You're just a stupid, dumb fucking technocrat, sex pest fucking weirdo who just wants people to fucking suffer. That's what you want in reality. People to fucking suffer. It's Matt. And Taylor Lorenz. Stupid, sexy Zoran Mamdani. I can't believe he's so stupid and sexy. Ay, 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 dude. Alright, so that is that shit rebuilt. What the? Not Factorio, while listening to a fucking video. Who'd have thought such a thing could be possible?
I could really...
Wait! Puto.
I could...
Alright, lovely. I love being racist against people I don't like. Specifically landlords and billionaires. Those guys? Kind of cringe. And stupid. I hate them. I hate them, I hate them, I hate them, I hate them. Daho, I can't believe that you would be racist against specifically landlords. That's kind of cringe and not very fun time, happy, friendly time of you. Have you ever considered that maybe you should not be so racist against the rich? I'm sorry. That only makes me more racist against the rich. Sis there says he's sorry. Isn't in reality is not actually sorry. In reality is actually all for making rich people suffer. Clueless. You know, I destroyed all those gun turrets. I probably should not have destroyed all those fucking gun turrets. That was a mistake. I probably should have kept the gun turrets. So then I can use them to murder stuff. Because I have no way of murdering stuff. And the reason why I want to murder stuff is because I need to harvest their bodies for sweet, delicious, nutritious, scrumptious, tungsten. Because I need more tungsten. I need more tungsten to make more foundries. Because I'm almost out of foundries again. God damn it. Son of a bitch. Yeah, I just need fucking tungsten at this point. That's what I need. No. You know, sometimes we do be catching people in slightly unfortunate frames, but, you know, it's not the end of the world, I suppose. Daho, you wouldn't just officially set down your roots upon a planet somewhere. No. I would never be an occupying force in Factorio. Never. I don't know what you're talking about. I would never do such a thing. Can't believe that Daho Roomba is now an advocate for occupation of humble alien races, such as the Demolisher Worms. Yes. For the Factorio engineer cares not. I can't believe that Boy Meets Mini is uploading a new video in the year of our Lord, 2025. What is this? Racism? Yes, it is racism. Can't believe that Boy Meets Mini would be racist, specifically against me. Tisk, Boy Meets Mini. I'm going to have to write a twit longer on you, canceling you for the fact that you were racist against the humble white proletarian. I'm gonna get you now, Boy Meets Mini. It's over for you, Buster. What an inconceivable thing for Boy Meets Mini to do to I, the humble white proletarian. What would Andrew Cuomo think? Drama? I don't know why you're saying that this is a drama thing, Boy Meets Mini. It's obviously true and not stupid. Okay, I'm just gonna finish hooking up the steel and then we'll get started. That was not what I wanted. That was what I wanted. Well, and just like that, we have steel again. Yay! Hooray. Yeah, I'm gonna make a manifesto talking about how Boy Meets Mini needs to be canceled. For his transgressions of calling me white. Okay, anyway, I need to go get more fucking tungsten. Because I need more foundries. Or honestly, at this point, I need to just make... I need to make a big mining drill. I need to make big mining drills is what I need. Which means I need a bunch more tungsten. No, not fucking foundries. I need big mining drills. Which means I need lubricant. And I need to make electric mining drills, which is easy. Molten iron. Simple enough. Advanced circuits, which means we have to do chemical processing, aka use the shitty recipe, and then some other shit. Use the shitty recipe because we don't have a choice. Time for some really dog shit fucking cracking. Probably in some fucking math. Because I really need this big old tongue patch right here. Need that big tongue right there. Need that big tongue. Could I have pushed the bus back any further? It's too late now. What? I stick plastic, another group of circuits here. Plastic. 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 Red circuits, red circuits. Then I somehow stick in blues while avoiding this patch. I should just start mining out. Curse this patch being here, making everything so much more inconvenient for me. Curse you! Let me continue building everything else up here. Chemical processing, we stick right around here. Okay, cool. That's the plan. Thinking about, I should probably use a train to pull up the tungsten, and then I was just like, no, that's unnecessary. I should not use a train to pull up the tungsten. It's kind of far, but it's not that far. We'll just use a belt. A really long belt. But then I have to put the fucking tungsten processing somewhere. Where the fuck am I going to put tungsten processing? I give it a little dedicated segment. Probably in this corner would not be terrible. Sure, we can do it in this corner. The only problem is just bringing in the fucking tungsten itself, because there's going to be a bunch of bullshit that we have to just go around. Just have to go this way, probably. Then come this way. Then come this way. That'll have to do, donkey. Do I have enough room to fit in everything? So what else do I need? Well, need slash want. I need... chemical processing, circuits, more circuits. We need to put in concrete for rockets. We need engines, some more circuits. I could just stick blue circuits over here close to the silos, which I'd put like around over here, because I want all of the necessary components to build rockets to probably be as close as possible to the silos themselves, of which I would probably stick around here. So I could probably just put the circuits here. But I probably would like to have batteries so I can make robots. And then after batteries, I probably would like to have some other shit. Like... and we also need rocket fuel, right? But that's not very difficult. Menu. Should probably get started with this. That's not correct. That's correct. Getting fucking flummy right now. Alright, what do we have here? Taylor Lorenz talking with Matt Bernstein about the rise and fall of rainbow capitalism. And, yes, of course. A preamble. So, I've engaged before with Taylor Lorenz's content. I think she is a very good, I believe, it's an investigative journalist, if I recall correctly. Is that right? She's an investigative journalist? I could be wrong about that. I'm very, very good. Very bad at remembering stuff like that. And Yes, she is one. Okay, cool. So investigative journalist. I know Ethan Klein hates her because Ethan Klein hates anyone who just is, well, anti-Zionist. So, you know, that's cool. Former WAPO. Gotcha. And I believe she's been putting out a bunch of, like, lefty content, like, semi-regularly lefty content kind of a deal. High quality, like, talks about, like, just various topics. Right? She'll do, like, the whole, like, I don't know, circuit, I suppose, for lack of a better term. And Matt Bernstein. The only places that I know Matt Bernstein from is Twitter, and that's like the only place that I know Matt Bernstein from is just mostly Twitter. More focused on tech, but general issues too. Gotcha. But yeah, I just know Matt Bernstein is someone from Twitter. That's what I know specifically about Matt Bernstein. I don't know anything else. I think he's like a TikToker or something. I know he's gay. That's the other thing I know about Matt Bernstein. So I'm really good at knowing qualities of people. Yes, Matt is queer and Jewish. I guess I'm just hitting it all out of the park right now, I suppose. With, like, I don't know, identifiers? Sure, whatever. So they decide to talk about rainbow capitalism. So I've talked about rainbow capitalism before, more so in the sort of idea of it's not perfect, but in terms of what was before, it is preferable than basically no fucking support whatsoever, right? And, like, we now live in the second Trump term era, where all of that is seemingly being burnt away. I mean, like, for whatever reason, most companies seem to seemingly prefer to do, eugenics ads for some reason. Like, the same shit you'd probably see from, like, the type of people go like, yeah, see, if you measure the skull formation of this here black man, you can see that his IQ is significantly lower than that of yours, or some shit, right? Like, and we're doing, like, fucking unironic, like, eugenics posting or some shit. Yeah, it's very stupid. I don't know how else to fucking say it besides, yeah, it's really, really fucking dumb. The kind of, like, I don't know, era that we find ourselves in. But what do we have here? We're talking about the rise and fall of rainbow capitalism, which I do agree that rainbow capitalism, I suppose at this point, has fallen because, I don't know, a lot of, like, companies and corporations think it is sort of more conducive. We'll go with conducive to be, like, weirdo, stupid, annoying, anti-woke people instead of being, like, I don't know, just, like, normal fucking human beings. But what do we got here?
Reliably make like a third of my annual income from Pride partnerships, and that year there were $0.
For years.
Pride partnerships. Oh, is like, did Matt do, like, basically a bunch of the fucking what's the fucking term? Like, a bunch of, like, organizations for, like, Pride events and stuff like that, and I guess, like, deplatforming. I'm trying to think of what the correct term here is. I'll go with, like, deplatforming of those particular things because of Trump winning, because, I don't know, the normalization of, like, anti-woke fucking nonsense, and that's probably why. That's probably seeing, like, a significant decrease in income because corporations now believe, because again, corporations don't believe in, like, queer rights or whatever. They don't give a shit about any of that stuff. Okay, for them, it's basically all about just making as much money as possible. That's not ridiculous or hyperbolic to say. That's pretty obvious, right? That's, like, the most obvious of obvious calls on the planet, right? For them, it's all about, well, just making as much money as possible. And, well, you know, if that means basically, like, throwing a bunch of people under the bus for the express purposes of, being able to make money from, like, I don't know, stupid, dumb fucking bigots, then, who cares? Like, dumb fuck corporations and companies totally don't have any fucking problems with doing any of that stuff. So, I think, broadly speaking, that's probably what's going on there, specifically with Matt, if I were to take a guess.
Pride Month meant rainbows on everything. In storefronts, on sneakers, burger wrappers, and an endless array of t-shirts.
Oh yeah, it's the fucking meme with, like, all the fucking dumbass, like, pride shit on, like, literally everything kind of a thing deal, right? Like, the meme where it's just like, oh man, here's this particular corporation celebrating Pride, and it's like not on like any of the Middle Eastern accounts or whatever. It's so goofy. Whoa, guys, it's almost as if the corporations only care about profit above anything else. Who would have thought?
But this June, after a decade of cashing in on queer identity, corporations are pulling back. From the aisles of Target to the Instagram feeds of big brands, the rainbow logos are gone, the pride campaigns are non-existent, and the merch shelves are empty. Matt Bernstein is a podcaster, cultural critic, and content creator who covers LGBTQ issues. Today, we're going to talk about the rise and fall of rainbow capitalism, the history of the commodification of queer identity, what it says about our culture, our economy, and why this year everything has gone so beige. Matt, welcome to Power User.
Thank you for having me back, Taylor. Last time we were here, we had the pleasure of talking about heterosexual men, and I'm so thrilled that today we are not doing that.
I want to kind of like start by talking a little bit about the history of the gay rights movement and like when brands first started to play a role. I feel like throughout the 1960s and then certainly even into the 70s, there wasn't commodification of like gay rights yet because there was just so much activism happening on the ground. Like it was still this like underground fringe thing. Like the first Pride March was in 1970. The original Pride flag wasn't popular until the late 1970s. And I guess you could consider that Pride March.
You kind of could. And it's so representative of sort of the limitations of that at the time because the rainbow flag was originally made by Gilbert Baker. People think that it was just like kind of this gay rights symbol that's always existed, but it wasn't. I mean, before the rainbow flag, really, we had any number of things, but mostly the inverted pink triangle that was used as a badge of criminalization for queer prisoners during the Holocaust. So the rainbow flag comes about in the 70s, and what's interesting about it is it originally had more colors. I love talking about this. I actually always use the original 8-color flag whenever I use...
Wait, question. Isn't like this, could this like potentially play into the current fucking pride flag, right? Like, the purpose of the new sort of pride flag is basically just purely for commodification. The dude who basically made it said that it was all about fucking like, yeah, I just want to have a fucking 501c3 so then I can just make money off of the fact that people keep using the fucking pride flag that I made or some shit, right? Like, it is all about commodification in particular, right?
Use rainbow iconography on Instagram in my posts because it initially had, in addition to the 6 colors we traditionally see now, pink and teal, and the pink was too expensive to mass produce, so it was dropped. And then the teal, my understanding is that it was dropped as well, so that it would have an even number of stripes so they could split it in half when they were marching it down the parade. It's just interesting that from the beginning, like the idea of mass production of these symbols was like always in mind and at first very difficult.
I think that's so interesting, and like you said, it just shows also how like commercialization or at least production or like the economy is already shaping the symbols of LGBTQ life. I mean, the inverted pink triangle, like you said, I feel like that ended up becoming more of a symbol in the 80s with ACT UP and the AIDS crisis, and it seemed like the 80s there was also a lot more awareness of LGBTQ issues, mostly because of the HIV AIDS crisis, but you didn't see brands starting to really get involved yet. I feel like it was more this struggle, and it was still heavily stigmatized in that era. Like just being gay in the 80s was still seen as fringe, and like the advertisers in outlets like The Advocate were more like fringe, local, like gay specific businesses. But one thing we did see emerge in the 80s was a lot of...
Isn't this basically also the exact same thing with like Stonewall and stuff like that? A lot more like fringe, sort of like local scene kind of a deal, you know? You could also extend it to that, basically, you know?
Art, like queer art. Keith Haring, obviously famous artist. There's a bunch of like sort of iconic queer artists in music and art and culture that sort of started to become more well-known, where like you could see the cultural influence of sometimes closeted or like tacitly out like gay men.
Yes. Oh my gosh. So Keith Haring is also such an interesting example of all of this because Keith Haring was a gay HIV positive artist who ended up dying from AIDS before there was any treatment from it. And it's interesting because a lot of his work, the majority of his body of work that you'll find in art museums, it's explicitly political. It's about political corruption. It's about homophobia. It's about serophobia, which is the fear of HIV AIDS and people living with it, and about discrimination against people living with AIDS as an artist living with AIDS. And Keith Haring was also very conscious of how he could break into the mainstream, which was with less, I would say, surface level political stuff. So which is why when most people know Keith Haring, they know his sort of rainbow dancing figures, but most people do not know who Keith Haring was or that a lot of his work was political. Because
wait, was that like, is that a fucking Lego with that shit?
Haring, they know his...
Really? Huh. Man, guys, we love fucking commodification. Listen, capitalist fucking realism. Listen, every single aspect of life has to be fucking commodified in some way, right? You know, damn, Daho is fucking mentioning Mark Fisher yet again. I can't believe that Daho would yet again mention Mark Fisher. I can't believe he would do such a thing.
Sort of rainbow dancing figures, but most people do not know who Keith Haring was or that a lot of his work was political, because I think it was kind of limited in what he could push into the mainstream. And then the other thing about the 80s and why I don't think there was really like this rush of rainbow capitalist merchandise that we would later see is that like there just wasn't a market for it. The HIV AIDS crisis was a time of enormous homophobia, which, you know, there hadn't really like in the US been a time free of homophobia before that. Like the 70s the gay liberation movement started, but it wasn't like some haven post-Stonewall. But, you know, HIV/AIDS made it worse, and Reagan made it worse. And so, as we will see, the availability of this kind of stuff and corporations willingness to cash in on it really depends on the market. And that will ebb and flow to right now. But let me not get ahead of your outline.
The first example that I could find of actual kind of like what I think would be considered like modern pride merch were these freedom rings, which became really popular in 1982 because a bunch of MTV music video hosts were wearing them. Have you ever seen these before?
No, wait, I want to see.
So these freedom rings were created. They were 6 aluminum ring sets, and they were created for San Francisco's Pride Parade. They were originally created in 1989, but then they sort of became popular and they became this status symbol. And I want you to open up this New York Times style article from the time, from 1992, about these rings, because I found it to be hilarious. It sort of explains what they are. So it says, a set of 6 anodized aluminum rings in red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple, again, colors of the rainbow, introduced as a fundraising item. They're lightweight, fun to fiddle with. They're designed by this New York artist who hopes to
fiddle with.
He hopes that they'll be worn by straight people as a universal pro-tolerance sentiment. And then there's a big all caps what they mean. A way for gay people to flaunt their wholesomeness. The rainbow is
so
stubbornly mainstream, almost a Hallmark card emblem, a la unicorns and kittens. And then it says, it symbolizes happiness, Mr. Spada said, who designed the rings. He also added that it represents diversity. And then there's the somewhere over the rainbow connection. For generations, gay people have grown up clinging to the idea that someday, somewhere, they can fly.
This is insane. First of all, what they mean. A way for gay people to flaunt their wholesomeness. It's like, we guys already know you're being sodomites in the bedroom, but if you guys can flaunt your rainbows and unicorns, maybe we'll start seeing you as normal human beings.
Yeah, that is very fucking patronizing, right? It's like, no, stop being so fucking weirdo homo queers or whatever. We already know that you guys are an affront to fucking God, so like maybe for once in your fucking lives, your stupid fucking lives, you know, maybe you could just do some heckin' wholesome arena, big chungus, you know, wholesome 100 big chungus stuff instead of being like, I don't know, weirdo queers within the bed or some shit. You know, maybe you could just be normal for once in your lives. Yeah.
I love that.
It's so funny. The rings are also pretty ugly, I'm sorry to say. It's very like 90s, right? It's just like colored steel rings.
Yeah, they're just like aluminum bangles. Like there's nothing really interesting about them. They're just colors.
Yeah, and they had the original ring version, like you said, there's the bangles, and then people were wearing them on like these ball and chain necklaces. You know, you would have them around.
I'm looking at this, this photo advertisement of them with these 2 presumably lesbians wearing them, and I don't know what to say other than they are representing their wholesomeness.
It's very.
Oh, I'm sorry, they're flaunting their wholesomeness.
They're flaunting their wholesomeness. I love the idea of just like being
they're being very wholesome.
Not pro-acceptance. It's like, we hope that straight people can wear this as a symbol of tolerance. Like,
well, Taylor, I was born in 1998, which is a lot later than these were introduced, and which honestly wasn't that long ago in the grand scheme. And like even when
wait, Matt was born in 1998. What the heck, dude? Am I just old? I think I might just be old, guys. Feels bad, man.
I was growing up, the word was tolerance. Like it wasn't even till, I mean, as far as I can remember, like the way I internalized people talking about gay people, like it wasn't even really a conversation of like acceptance. It was about tolerance. Like, do you tolerate these people?
Which is bizarre because it's like they exist.
Which is something to tolerate. I mean, it's crazy. It is crazy, but that word is definitely rings in my childhood.
Well, throughout, I mean, I guess you missed most of the 90s. I was barely sentient, but this is one core memory that I do have because I do remember in elementary.
All I remember from the fucking 90s is leaving Romania, leaving the fucking shithole that is Romania.
Preschool. Absolute vodka advertisements were very cool. Have you ever seen these from the 90s?
No, I don't think so.
I remember this because I remember going over to my friend's house who had an older sister and had her bedroom plastered with Absolute vodka ads. And so then I started collecting them too, to my mother's like horror because I was like a child.
Well, because Absolute vodka has been like a pride partner for like a very long time.
Well, so it started back then. Let me just show you some of these ads. So
okay.
I'm very curious. Is Absolute vodka still a pride partner? I'm curious. Is Absolute vodka still a pride partner? I'm very, very curious. Yes. Absolute Vodka is still actively involved with the LGBT plus community and can be considered a pride partner. Since the 1980s they were doing this. And very, very fascinating. There's still... I guess even in this like current fucking time of darkness that we find ourselves under, I guess there are some people that are still principled, I guess, for lack of a better term. I don't really fucking know. It's just we live in a fucking very buffoonish sort of like anti-woke time. I'm not really saying a lot of anything because I'm just like kind of trying to absorb and just like mostly like learn, right? See if I can like glean anything. I don't know if I'm really gonna be able to fucking add anything, to be honest, because I just want to like mostly learn. I mean, this is listen, this is like part of the purpose of these like fucking yap sessions, to sort of like listen to particular videos on topics that I myself have not gone into, so I can like learn about something. So I mean, this is a facet of history that I've never really looked into before or learned about. Okay, although to be honest, most of the fucking history that I've looked into is fucking military history because I'm a fucking nerd. So, like, whatever. It's just interesting to learn about some of this this history about like all these different artists and whatnot who have been, I don't know, shut in. I don't know if that's necessarily the correct term. Not tolerable, I guess, because of like where I mean it's something that's like happened broadly speaking throughout history, right? Like Stonewall was like the main sort of I'm trying to think what the best term would be to use here. The main sort of like catalyst to sort of like start the conversation, I suppose, for a more like queer liberatory kind of a deal sort of thing. I don't know if that's necessarily correct to say either. I mean, like, listen, a lot of shit went down during fucking Stonewall is mostly what I'm trying to like point out here. I think the point that I'm mostly trying to say here is I just want to learn. I want to learn stuff. I'm fundamentally curious, right? Like, I think it is good to sort of open one's mind up to a facet of fucking history and a lot of stuff that may not have been engaged with to see what can be learned, what can be looked into. Listen, I guess I've sort of like built up a perception. Okay, I'm being a little pretentious when I say this. A sort of perception about myself that I'm a bit of a fucking hater and I love to fucking shit on people. But no, like, I also enjoy just learning and looking into things, and especially if it fucking pertains quite significantly to fucking history. And so I suppose like mostly the reasons for as to why I'm not going to be really saying much of anything is probably because of, well, I don't know much about this history. I listen, okay, I'm going to out myself here. I'm outing myself. I am a cis heterosexual man. I know it's cringe. It's Jover for me. I'm a het. It's over. Caught. It's so Jover for me because that I am a heterosexual and that I would like to learn about these particular things because, you know, I have also, I guess, queer people within. I was gonna say my life. I guess technically speaking, within my fucking community that I don't know. Also watch my fucking content, I guess, for lack of a better term. So I guess it's good to fucking learn about a lot of this stuff instead of just like, I don't know, constantly going out there and just like yelling about and sort of epically debunking and taking down a lot of like, I don't know, stupid fucking morons on the internet.
I know they're like rainbow bottle that comes around every year.
Right. Well, we'll get to that in a second. Absolute Vodka had this really iconic advertising campaign in the 90s where they just took the Absolute Vodka and it would say like Absolute XYZ, Absolute Appeal, Absolute Zero. It would have ice. Absolute LA was like the bottle in the shape of a pool. Absolute Aspen was like the bottle in the shape of trees. And they did a Pride campaign that was like...
I almost wanted to say that it's like probably AI, but like... I'm gonna operate on the assumption that is stuff that probably came out, you know, before the sort of like, I don't know, AI dog shit tech bubble that we kind of find ourselves in. Is it a bad thing that I kind of had that fucking reactionary tendency there to think like, is this fucking like AI or some shit that like Absolute Vodka is making? Although more than likely it's probably shit that came out before the sort of like, I don't know, AI tech bubble dog shit that we currently find ourselves under.
Considered very progressive at the time. They actually started this campaign in the 80s and then it really became popular in the 90s.
Absolute perfection. And it's an Absolute bottle with like it was like an angel's halo above the top of it.
Yeah. So it's an ad that actually doesn't read as gay or like LGBTQ.
I was going to say this almost looks like Christian.
Exactly. So I think, but what was sort of subversive at the time is that they ran these ads in places like The Advocate and other gay publications. And so there was this like subtext to it that actually caused some backlash because people were like, we know what you really mean, you know? And they're like, what do you mean? This is just another one of our ads.
Like you're perfect the way you are. Get drunk
like,
with us.
The like religious
they're fucking
or, like, the religious notion at the time too, because there was so much of the religious right that was obviously against LGBTQ people, and it was
right. They were Pepe posting basically saying like I don't know what you're talking about. Hoo 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 hoo. You know, fucking shit like that.
this idea of like, you were blessed and you were great and now you should get drunk on Absolute.
That's sexy and that's
Real.
sophisticated and that's chic. That's like way better than the stuff that would come after this. I feel like I like this.
I love it. And I think it's so creative and it's so in line with their brand, but it was also like subversive and interesting and not just like what a lot of brands ended up doing, which is just plastering rainbows all over, like, which they eventually did, right? They created the rainbow bottle and they actually say about the bottle on their website, Absolute launched the first ever spirits bottle to wear the rainbow flag, which was made actually in collaboration with Gilbert Baker, who designed the flag. So it's nice.
I hope he got money from it.
Yeah. But that happened much later. But Absolute ended up like collaborating. As you mentioned, they were like liquor partners were sort of ahead of the game on partnering with LGBTQ people, I think, because gay bars served alcohol.
Totally. And one thing about gay people, we can drink.
I mean, I think it makes a lot of sense that it was gay bars first that are like alcohol brands that started partnering with Pride, right? Like Stonewall was a bar, right? It makes sense, right? That, like, yeah, we could do the whole rigmarole, Mima McGee kind of a deal. Like, yeah, gay people, they sure do love to drink. Am I right, fellas, or some shit? But, I think it's also just because, like, we're going to do the whole cucked history bit here. It's just like, well, I mean, it makes sense because of the fact that, well, fucking Stonewall was a bar, right? Like, I'm not wrong when I say that, right? I'm remembering history here. I think I'm remembering my history here correctly. I could be fucking entirely wrong. I'm pretty sure it was a bar. I feel like I should remember this. Holy it was a bar. I'm pretty sure it was a bar. I'm not stupid.
Another iconic brand that started to do LGBTQ advertising in the 90s was Benetton. Their first ad in 1991 was this blanket campaign. And if you pull up the image, you can describe it on screen.
So this is 3 people. Is it a couple with a baby?
I think what you're asking is something that's so consistent about a lot of advertising in the 90s that was LGBTQ advertising. Is it a couple? I don't know. It's a black woman, a blonde woman, both wrapped in a blanket and cradling an Asian baby.
This is one of those things that reads now as like a sort of confounding diversity quota advertisement, but it's beautiful. Yeah, this is a lesbian couple were meant to be.
It was, I think they meant it to be that way. It was perceived that way. Like there was commotion over it, as there was with everything. But it's very like 90s, like we don't see race, we don't see color. Like this was kind of Benetton's whole thing too. It's like the colors of the world campaign. It was like a white woman, a black woman, and an Asian baby. Like, can't we all get along?
Yeah, and to be clear, like I love, obviously it goes without saying I love diversity, but it's just like sometimes it's shoehorned in a way that's a little, I think, less elegant maybe.
Like A for effort, basically.
So, yes. I mean, look, given where we are now, I'm going to stop complaining about literally anything.
I know.
I think
it was a little bit more explicit in the 90s was Subaru. Subaru is obviously so synonymous with like lesbian culture these days, but it was because of market research. Like they commissioned these.
Wait, I have a question about that. I don't know if there's any lesbians in chat. Why is Subaru associated with lesbian? Okay, I know the fucking meme about like, well, 2 lesbians just fucking met each other. They're gonna move in with one another now. Like I know of that fucking meme. Why is Subaru associated with lesbian culture? Is it something in particular? I like that one. I don't understand. Like why Subaru in particular? I'm curious. Why is Subaru? I love how the. Stop listening in on me, you fucking bastards. Why is Subaru the lesbian car? Subaru became known as the lesbian car due to a successful and earlier marketing campaign that targeted the lesbian community. It's all fucking commodification bullshit. Whoa, it's all coming down to commodification in the end. I mean, listen, I like to constantly rag on, like, commodified products and all this fucking shit. The broader problems of hyper-commodification within our fucking society, yada yada. But I mean, if it's something that can be used for, I don't know, better, or I suppose, I'm not sure exactly what the correct term would be here. For something that's not as fucking wretched and horrible, such as, I don't know, going after, like, queer people, I guess, for lack of a better term, then, worse things have fucking happened. It could be better, it could be worse. Who knows, honestly. I think this is fine. Whatever.
Studies where they realized lesbians in Northampton, Massachusetts, and Portland, Oregon served as household leaders and key decision makers. And basically that this was like an untapped commercial market that they could really feed into. So they ran these ads with taglines including, "It's not a choice, it's the way we're built," with the cars. Again, it's so subtle. Like if you were to see this now.
It's so clever.
That is very subtle.
It doesn't, there's no rainbows in any of this stuff. Like they're selling the products, but they're not, it's very like, it's clever. It's like kind of under the radar to an extent, but it still communicates the message.
I mean, this is gorgeous to me. It's not a choice, it's the way we're built, which is obviously like basically saying like we're born this way, right? And that's actually saying something, whereas like when you
Dude, it's better than fucking goddamn commercials nowadays where it's just like, so, I'm pulling out my fucking calipers, I'm doing some skull measurements. The reason why I'm so fucking tan, for example, is because I have really good fucking genes, and it's just like, Well, you know, I will say this. Yeah, this is definitely way better than the fucking current, I don't know, stupid fucking dog shit that we're currently finding right now. I'll be quite honest.
Similar to the absolute original bottle, it was saying, like, you're actually perfect in God's eyes, which is meaningful to a lot of queer people to hear, versus kind of the stuff where you slap the rainbow on, where it doesn't actually say anything, and I think it's why it became grating to people after a while, especially queer people, because it was like, you're not telling me anything positive about myself, you're just saying, look.
Ooh, that's a really, really good point that's being raised here by Matt. I 1000% fucking agree with this shit, dude. Like, that makes so much fucking sense, because, like, again, like, it's like, man, cool, you're, like, putting up a rainbow into these places. I mean, that's like cool and all, but like, yeah, we know rainbow is very cool and nice and stuff like that. And I mean, it doesn't only have to be, it's not only like grating to like a lot of like, say, like queer people. I think it's also like grating to even like a lot of like the people who sort of like began backlashes against this as well. Like, I want to say like maybe more sort of like, I don't know, like weird, like waspy sort of like queer people, I guess this could be also like a problem with, because they can just be like, ugh, like I hate the fact that people aren't accepting us because of like all this like use with like the fucking rainbow flag and all this stuff. Like rainbows are like supposed to be used as like a kind of like symbol, like a general sort of a thing or deal. I don't know if like I'm really articulating like my point here all that well. Like it's just one of those things where people just, I don't know, can have like a lot of like weird tendencies and like backlashes to things that you just kind of like sit there and would think to yourself like, why do you have like a problem with this? It just seems kind of strange. I don't know.
Look, buy our product. It has a rainbow on it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, all this advertising is happening in the 90s against the backdrop of the Clinton era Don't Ask, Don't Tell policies, which went into effect in 1985. And actually, one of the first brands to kind of protest it was IKEA. They ran this commercial showing gay men shopping for furniture.
Well, you know, we went to IKEA because we thought it was time for a serious dining room table, and...
We have slightly different tastes. I mean, Steve is more into country. It frightens me, but at the same time, I have compassion.
We've been together about 3 years.
I met Steve at my sister's wedding. I was really impressed with how just well-designed the IKEA furniture was.
He's really into craftsmanship.
These chairs are really sturdy.
This table concluded a leaf.
A leaf means staying together, commitment.
A leaf?
Leave waiting when we really start getting along.
Oh, that's really cute.
A fucking leaf!
It's a big country. Someone's got to furnish it. I think that's so cute. All of this stuff is so much more elegant than what it became in the 2010s.
It has like personality and love, and I feel like it's about like humanity. Like, and I'm sure they're actors, but like it reads as so authentic.
Yes, and they're like arguing over their differing furniture tastes, but like we meet in the middle, and his taste in country.
Who fucking listen? I think there was like a quick video about like I took a look at before of like these like stupid weirdo like conservatives who had like a problem with because I feel like this is now becoming like more synonymous with, I don't know, like men in general perhaps. Like, man, hey fellas, is it kind of gay to do things with your like significant other or your fucking partner in general? Guys, is it like gay to fucking do things with your partner to sort of like cash out things and sort of like communicate with one another? Because in the mind of the fucking conservative, for them it's all about like maintenance of hierarchy and control. Like they don't actually give much of a shit about like, I don't know, doing things that are sort of like conducive? I'm gonna say conducive to being able to foster like positive, healthy fucking relationships with people, because in reality, like, well, conservatives fucking hate that shit. Like they are quite literally against like healthy relationships, people existing in like healthy positions in their fucking lives, because again, like, I don't know, for lack of a better term, a lot of like conservatives tend to be like just outright miserable wretches, and as I've been saying fucking before, for them there is one fucking thing that is consistent, and that is, well, maintenance of hierarchy and control, right?
Tree furniture scares me, and it's very cute. It's like actual relationship conversations. It's very hearty.
There were also makeup brands targeting the LGBTQ community in the 90s. MAC Cosmetics featured an ad with RuPaul, I guess because of like drag makeup and because makeup was popular, but it was very theatrical. Like it was very focused, it seemed like, on that community and not really like mainstream yet. In the 2000s is when I think we start to see more of the mainstreaming of corporations and pride kind of blending. Diesel did an ad which had been, they'd sort of had some gay stuff in their advertising for a while. I don't know if you remember, but Diesel was running really provocative ads for a while. If you click on it, you'll see like the gay.
Oh, and it's like the thing, this is a really good point. Yeah, a lot of this stuff fucking happened throughout the 2000s, right? Like, I mean, I was a fucking kid when this shit happened, so obviously I don't fucking remember any of this shit. Listen, all I did was watch cartoons on the fucking television, and then eventually I just started watching Discovery Channel, you know, because I'm a fucking nerd. Like, I'm playing Factorio right now, for fuck's sake. Like, yeah, it's interesting, right? Like, the kind of, like, I don't remember where I was going with this exactly. It's interesting how, like, a lot of these, like, sort of, I don't know, trends. I'm not sure if that's the correct term. I don't know what exactly term I'm looking for here. It's just, I find it really fascinating that a lot of these things sort of, like, I don't know, happened. Broadly speaking, or no, it makes sense that a lot of this stuff happened throughout the 2000s. That's what I want to fucking say. Yeah, it makes sense, right? Because a lot of, like, the don't ask, don't tell sort of, like, cultural stuff phenomenon started to die off. Same with, like, a lot of, like, Reagan's bullshit, because people started to realize that, wow, so Ronald Reagan, yeah, he fucking sucked balls, didn't he? It's like, yeah, he fucking did. God, that guy was fucking dog shit, kind of a deal, right? And a lot of people sort of just became more comfortable, like, with, like, queer people around. And again, like, I've talked about this concept before, but a lot of media very often plays a significant role. I don't know how many gay people in, like, there were in, like, popular fucking TV shows during the time. I don't know. Boy Meets Minnie, maybe you know better than I do because you're older than I am. But a lot of, like, gay people were seeing a lot more representation, and it was corporations that were the ones that were the main sort of, like, catalysts that were, like, pushing a lot of this forward. And this is a point that I've brought up before, because, like, as soon as the corporations, it's, like, not sort of, like, monetarily feasible, no, commercially feasible, that's the term I should be using here. At the point in time where it's not fucking commercially feasible to sort of, like, I don't know, be able to make money off of certain identities and sort of, like, things that are happening in, like, broader culture, you're going to see a lot of that culture sort of decrease and see a lot less prominence, right?
Sailor one.
Ooh, okay, so we are looking at a whole bunch of sailors. Are they part of the military?
So this ad was actually published in 1995, right around Don't Ask, Don't Tell, and it looks to be like a bunch of, like, Navy seamen recreating that famous photo of, like, the man holding the woman in Times Square and kissing her. I think it was D-Day.
Yeah, and it's 2 male sailors doing that.
Tribute to that. Yeah.
It's okay. I mean, this is a beautiful photo. Anything where, like, queer people become tied into, like, military imagery, I'm like, oh, it's a strange combination, but it's a cool photo.
Yeah, it's a cool photo. It's definitely sort of commentary on the law. And Diesel started to be a lot more inclusive in their ad campaigns, especially into the 2000s. And in 2007, Ray-Ban launched its Never Hide campaign, which was empowering audiences to show up in style with their glasses.
This is cool. I will note that, like, almost all of these ads exclusively feature white gay men.
That's something that I wanted to bring up.
Yeah, it's not going to be...
virus has infected us both.
I know. Well, it was so interesting.
Yeah, that's a good point. It is just a lot of... It's fucking white people, you know, not a lot of, like, minorities, generally speaking, right? But, I mean, that's typically how it goes, right? If it's a lot of fucking, for example, corporations recognizing that, you know, there's a lot of white people who are also, like, gay, so we can, like, pander to them and try to, like, speak to their fucking issues. I feel like this is, like, a thing that just always fucking happens, you know? Just, this is like, well, you know, whoa, the expected thing fucking happened again? No, who would have thought?
Looking back, especially in the, like, 2000s and the aughts, and we talked about this a little bit on the masculinity episode, but there was so much focus on, like, men, and I mean, this was, like, the Will and Grace era. People's perception of, like, gay life was attractive, young, white, cisgender men, and that's who was primarily featured in all of the advertising, and that's who was primarily featured in the media. People knew what lesbians were. Obviously, like, Ellen was a lesbian, but they weren't really being featured in advertising, and it was more about, like, selling to this new, like, male consumer.
Yes, totally. And I don't have anything to add to that other than Will and Grace era so triggering, because in line with all of this, Deborah Messing is now extremely openly racist.
I know, but you know what? Who I think has remained unproblematic is Hillary Duff.
I was waiting till get to this.
This was a really famous ad in 2008 that came out. It was part of the Think Before You Speak campaign, which was trying to get people to stop saying gay as an insult, which unfortunately I feel like has come back. But if you were young, which I was in school in the 2000s, like, people would just throw around the word gay as an insult all the time. So this ad ended up sort of becoming iconic.
Yes, this is a meme within the gay community. I mean, I love this video. I watch it all the time still. It's because it's like, it really hit all the right notes at the time. I think it's just kind of so overacted.
Do you like this top? So gay. Really? Yeah, it's totally gay.
You know, you really shouldn't say that.
Say what?
Well, say that something's gay when you mean it's bad. It's insulting. What if every time something was bad, everybody said, "Oh, that's so girl wearing a skirt as a top"?
Oh, you are.
Those are cute jeans, though. When you say that's so gay, do you realize what you say? Knock it off.
When you say gay, do you know what you're really saying? It's so great. It's perfect. I love it. Hillary Duff and Marsha P. Johnson on the front lines.
I love it. But it also was like when I think we started to see a lot more gay representation in the media, it was just like becoming more normalized. Obviously, it was still several years out from true pride merch like Bonanza.
Oh, hey, that's the same point that I mentioned. Well, crazy, you know? I said that point as well. Listen, I'll pat myself on the back.
But Obama was elected in 2008. You saw this progressivism. You saw millennials having more cultural impact. And I feel like just queer life generally was receiving more attention. You also had the internet and Facebook, and you just had more like out gay people online. I mean, some of the earliest YouTube stars, Tyler Oakley and others, were very like out gay people. And so I think it just started to like enter the conversation a little bit more. Again, mostly through the lens of like cisgender white men, but it was out there a little bit more. Then we had the 2010s, and this is when things really went off the rails. You started to see a lot more conversations about LGBTQ culture. And also this is when I think brands started to like lean in. And it started with more like quote unquote edgy brands like American Apparel. They did a GLAAD collaboration. Target in 2012 introduced its Pride merchandise. And a lot of these brands were doing it in partnership.
Wait, I have a question. Is Target considered edgy? Really? Yeah, I also remember Tyler, listen, from what I understand, didn't Tyler Oakley like fucking fall off or something? I don't fucking remember what the fuck happened to Tyler Oakley. The only Oakley that I know of is the fucking goddamn sunglasses. Those are the only fucking Oakleys that I know of, okay? And mostly it's like dumbass chuds who fucking wear that shit. Yeah, the Wicked glasses. Well, honestly, no. Wicked glasses, well, that's, oh, no, those are Oakleys. I was about to say it's from Gurren Lagann. I was about to say, like, no, that's not Gurren Lagann. What the fuck am I talking about? Those aren't the Gurren Lagann glasses. Those should, honestly, those should be the fucking Wicked glasses. It's from Gurren Lagann. Not, I don't know, whatever the fuck those things are. But yeah. Those are like the only Oakleys that I know of. I have like no fucking idea. But then again, listen, this is I guess this is Daho being homophobic. I can't believe that Daho would be homophobic. Inconceivable, I know. That I had no fucking idea about like, well, much of like Tyler Oakley, to be quite honest. I mean, I just did the meme about like, yeah, I only know about the sunglasses, kind of a deal. Yeah, classic Dahomophobia. That good one, Boy Meets Mini.
With an organization. So they wouldn't just be like, it wasn't a naked cash grab yet, but they would be like, we're releasing t-shirts to celebrate Pride Month. 15% of the sales are donated to GLAAD, which by the way is almost nothing. I think Target donated a little bit more. They donated 50% of their sales to an LGBTQ organization, but it was this idea of being out and being open and expressing yourself through merchandise and hashtags. Target launched their campaign with the hashtag Take Pride.
I remember that American Apparel t-shirt. Every gay influencer had it. It was like had the equal sign on it, and like I remember like Tyler Oakley. I remember Connor Franta like had a shirt with glisten. The other thing about it at this time was like culture was still very homophobic. And like not doing that much still felt significant, and there wasn't a whole lot of precedent for these like mass-produced like, oh, Target.
You want to know what's funny? NASCAR's logo was rainbow color in the 90s. Truly leftist. They should do it again. Dude, listen. What's like we know the fucking meme, right? Boy Meets Mini. I mean, there's a reason why those cars are going real fast and real left, right? Like,
Target is like making something for us, like that's cool. And then obviously very quickly it became very saturated, and we're like, wait, none of this stuff is actually saying or doing anything.
Well, I feel like it's like Target and American.
I mean, that's the whole thing behind commodification, right? Like quite literally, very often like commodified media is sort of like used as like I don't know, sort of like a way to say like, oh, it's like safe to say these particular things or do these particular things because it's like, oh yeah, like I mean, you know, queer people exist and they they too also have money to spend on fucking shit. So, you know, yeah, we should probably like cater and advertise to them and this shit like that, right? That's like kind of the whole meme.
Apparel and some of these other early advertisers, they kind of clung to this like nascent social media movement because you had so much LGBTQ activism happening in the first half of the 2010s up into to basically fighting for gay marriage, which passed in 2015. And so you had, again, a lot of these hashtags. It was so much hashtags. When I was looking at merch from this era, everything is a hashtag on it. Hashtag pride, hashtag lesbian, hashtag bisexual, like the IKEA bisexual couch. I have to look up what year that came out, but you know.
The bisexual couch, of course.
But there was a lot of like hashtag activism.
What the fuck is the bisexual couch? I don't remember. I feel like I should remember this, but a bisexual, not flag, couch. Wait, I have to. I didn't look at it, bro. What the fuck? Oh, I remember these things. Yeah. They made like a bunch of fucking like queer identifier fucking couches. It looks so goofy, but you know, I mean, it's a sort of broader thing with like commodification of fucking not media, of like identifiers, I guess, for lack of a better term, right? Like this is like, it's like very, very commonplace shit, you know? It's oh yeah, no, I agree. I like it, IKEA is very real for this. I just think they look funny, you know, because listen, this is me. I'm being homophobic again. I'm getting canceled. So it's so Jover for me. But like, you know, I just found it like like it's kind of, they look kind of funny because I just see like the fucking funny colors. That's how I think of it. It's like, oh, look at all the funny colors. It's very, very good. You know, that's how I kind of think of it. It's a blanket. Oh, that's a blank. Oh, that does look like a. Oh, that is a blanket. Huh? Look at that blankie. But yeah, you know, I always just found it like kind of funny, you know, because of like it's all just like the same like commodified fucking shit constantly, you know, and I don't remember where I was going with this exactly, and a lot of like corporations were like leaning into this because they had like the sort of realization like, wait a minute, these gay people, they also have money. We can also make money from gay people. Whoa, crazy. Which is why they started to get like pandered to more and more so. And I mean, you know, we all know about the sort of, I don't know, I don't want to say it was like inevitable or something, but the eventual sort of like fucking reactionary backlash and leading to the sort of the fall, I suppose, for lack of a better term, of pride in this particular instance. I mean, I assume they're probably going to get into it, but you know, yada yada. Guys, it turns out corporations very often don't want to like speak to or say much of anything because again, they just want to make a bunch of money. Who would have thought?
And it seemed very tied to activism. So again, the merchandise always had to sort of like go to an organization to feel legit. It was like, hey, buy this, and like you're fighting for gay rights and you're fighting for gay marriage too by buying our, you know, t-shirt collection or whatever. And I think 2015 was a turning point, or it sort of was like gasoline on that fire, because in 2015 you had Obergefell pass, which was this landmark Supreme Court decision that essentially legalized gay marriage across America. And that's when I think corporations, because it was like legal and sort of sanctioned and becoming so mainstream, and this was like the end of the Obama years, like almost peak progressivism in terms of like institutional political power, that corporations were just like, okay, we can do it. We can cash in now. There's money to be made. And that's when you started to see like every brand under the sun hop on board. Like by 2016.
Yeah, Obergefell, it was such a cultural moment. Like that was #love is love. And there's a broader conversation here around the idea that gay rights could be achieved through marriage rights, which obviously that wasn't the case. And we've seen that that's not the case. I mean, gay marriage is still legal across all 50 states for now. And we've seen that like homophobia in recent years has gotten way, 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 way worse. So there were definitely limitations to thinking that we could just like unite the country against homophobia through a very heteronormative framework of marriage. I think this was an easy moment for a lot of people who weren't queer to just be like, well, it's done. And honestly, for a minute, there were a lot of people, I think, especially like cisgender white queer people, who were like, it's done. We're all now on the side of good.
Ooh, you know what? This is the I know exactly what Matt is referencing to here. This is the exact same sort of attitude that was catalyzed during the civil rights era, right? We all know about the fucking meme with like conservatives saying like, oh, wait, what do you mean that like, you know, there's no sort of like racism going on anymore, when that's like obviously not the case. Like how many fucking like dipshit racists were sort of like catalyzed because of fucking like Gamergate and all this fucking shit, all these like stupid dipshits. Clearly, the civil rights era was not enough, and the legislation that was passed was good. It was a start, but it was not, you know, enough, obviously. Like, exact same thing is being described to here with, well, Obergefell v. Hodges. And it's not that it was a bad thing, obviously. It was obviously a good thing that it happened, right? It's a step in the fucking right direction. But, again, heteronormative, commodified sort of like stuff, and it's just like, well, okay, this is good and all, but it's not enough. You still have to fucking keep going, right? Like, and that's like kind of the point that a lot of like progressives bring up all the time. Yeah, Respect for Marriage Act 2 was also a helper, although like at this point it's pretty much mostly going to be used as a sort of like way to make sure that conservatives can't do any more fucking damage than they already have done, which I suppose is good enough for the time being. Like, take what you can get kind of a deal. But the kind of thing is, like, more specifically, like, a lot of things can only be done so much through commodification, right? If it becomes, like, fiduciary, like, more sort of conducive, I think is probably the correct term here, to go against a lot of, like, more woke shit, it's, like, they're probably going to do that. I'm still like curious as to what has catalyzed the fall of it is what I'm most curious about, like the sort of like reactionary backlash. I want to say part of it could have been because of Me Too. A lot of it is fucking Gamergate for sure, but I'm really curious to see like where exactly Taylor and Matt are going to go with this sort of fall. That's what I'm most curious about.
Like, we have our rights and like, let's party until the end of time. And, you know, we see for so many reasons that that was not the end of the fight. This stuff was always doomed, I think, to end up where it is right now.
Yeah, it's interesting. There were so many headlines back then that were just celebrating. And like you said, it felt like this finality. It was like, we made it. We did it. We legalized gay marriage. Now everyone can have a house and a home and 2 kids and, you know, a double income household or whatever. And it was also interesting even back then too, just when I was looking at the Pride collections, you didn't see as much like non-binary and trans. Like, it was very focused on like gay and lesbian to a lesser extent, but it was like gay men were still kind of centered in this way, even in that sort of merchandise. You started to see a little bit more intersectionality actually after Trump was elected, and we started to see the rise of the resistance, which God help us. But 2017 was like, I would say, when activism really started to get commodified, where it was like, you couldn't be too woke. I mean, this was like when the term woke became popular. There was this intense resistance to Trump, and I think shock, as you mentioned, from people that felt like, wait a minute, we just did it. We just got all the rights we could get, and now we have Trump and this like backsliding. And you start to see like companies also participate in resistance capitalism or whatever. You know, like they were all really eager to declare like a Pride collection because there was so much anti-Trump sentiment that they could capitalize on and profit off of.
Totally. It was similar, like post-Trump.
Guys, it turns out commodification is stupid and fucking crazy. Who would have thought? It's crazy.
Similar to post-Obergefell, which actually those times kind of overlap because Obergefell was 2015 and then Trump was in office at the beginning of 2017. But like, it was really this moment for corporations to monetize the resistance, as it were, the pantsuit nation, the pussy hat nation, what have you. The only other thing I just want to tack on to the Obergefell sentiment and the idea that like gay marriage equality could end the fight against homophobia and transphobia somehow is just like, gay marriage is important. I think that everyone should be able to marry, obviously, but like what you were just saying about like, okay, yes, like finally gay people could have the freedom to have a husband and a house and 2 kids. And it's like, obviously that's not the reality for the majority of queer people. And it's just, again, why marriage equality without justice for trans people, without economic justice and equality, without racial justice, it's like all of these things fit together, or else what you have is such a shallow win in many ways, which is why if you don't keep going all the time.
Whoa, guys, it turns out intersectionality is really important, because if you don't have everyone involved, it's like, it's the concept of stuff that I've mentioned before. A rising tide is what raises all fucking ships. But you know, unfortunately, a lot of people sort of like have the sort of, I don't know, like cucked mentality of being like, well, you know, fuck you, I've got mine, you can like eat shit and die because I've got mine, I'll be okay because I have my fucking like little treats here, so I'll be like totally fine and whatnot. You know, it's the fucking whole like, okay, we're being ageist right now. I'm being ageist right now. Based ageism, of course, as always. It's all the sort of like dumb fuck like boomer mentality that people generally speaking have of like, well, you know what, fuck you, I got mine, you know, I got my gay marriage or whatever, so I don't really give a shit about all this other stuff. Like, the only thing I cared about was my gay marriage, so I don't give a shit. We're just gonna throw everyone else under the bus because, listen, I got my main fucking rigmarole fuckamagee. And fun fact, you know, it plays into a lot of like, I don't know, like propaganda, I guess, for like lack of a better term. You want to know like who are the people who tend to be like very annoyingly homophobic online? It tends to be a lot of gay men, right? Like very, very like waspy, sort of like incredibly like pretentious, out of touch fucking like annoying ass gay men who tend to be like super fucking transphobic very often. Who I don't remember the name of the fucking dude. I don't know if it's like a TikTok or whatever, but there was like this one fucking guy who was, I think, who lived in like Colorado or something, and made these like videos specifically like constantly going after fucking trans people all the time and having like I don't know, weirdo conniption. Oh wait, no, I think that guy was actually trying to make a bid for, I don't remember the name, but the guy was trying to make a fucking bid for Congress, and the dude made like TikToks and was like super fucking like cringy and shit like that, right? I don't know if you remember who this is, Boy Meets Minnie, but it was a dude in, I think it was Lauren Boebert's district, trying to oust Lauren Boebert, and it was just like, well, it didn't really go anywhere. Bro got his ass handed to him. Or was it bro like that dude who fucking lost? I could be wrong on this one, but that basically like that campaign just never really went anywhere because the dude was just like such an ostensible, like an obnoxious, annoying like prick that, well, no one really fucking liked. And whoa, it was just like, it turns out this guy is just like, I don't know, like a complete fucking transphobic weirdo fucking piece of shit kind of a deal. Like, oh, crazy, man, this dude is just like a fucking dumbass fucking weirdo. Who would have fucking thought, guys?
Time against all of these systems of oppression that are working together, they just will end up receding back like a shoreline, which is, of course, what happened.
Well, I think you make such good points there. And I mean, again, like I was saying, it was so interesting to go back and just see how these things that feel so central to LGBTQ rights and the fight for LGBTQ rights, really like, you know, gender expression and identity and trans rights and stuff, like was foreign. I remember Sam Escobar, who's a really amazing beauty editor, wrote this article in 2016 that was How I Told the World I'm Neither a Man nor a Woman, a different kind of coming out story. And it was about them coming out as non-binary. And I remember even being in media group chats where people were very confused. And people were like, wait, so like, what genitals does Sam have? This is very confusing. Like, what does this mean? You know, like, there wasn't even like a public awareness, I think, even within, and I'm talking about like pretty like...
Dude, is this like a vagina? Like, do they have a pussy or a cock and balls, bro? Like, what's going on? This is like so weird, bros.
Successful media people, right? That like were writing articles about LGBTQ issues that like still didn't even understand the concept of what a non-binary person was. And so I think it's like you started to see like a little bit more conversations around those things and inclusivity happen through the late 2010s. Like when we were peak rainbow capitalism, like there was this idea, and I argue in other videos of mine that it's like it was completely performative, this idea of intersectionality, but it was something that you would hear about a little bit more. I mean, they were just so desperate to target anyone in the LGBTQ world. This is when Tesla had a rainbow logo and Elon Musk himself was saying,
crazy.
Don't you know,
crazy. What a time. I mean, you could do this whole episode just through the evolution of like that one brand and its founder.
Yes, like the evolution of their like social media avatar over time and like what it says about their value set. And I mean, you could look at so many of these companies, like the Unilever, Pride collection, and they would rebrand their Facebook profile and their Twitter account, and Twitter had like the rainbow hashtags. And it was something too where like every advertising agency would pitch a Pride activation, right? Like every brand would be rolling out a Pride collection or targeting the market. And I do think that you started to see fatigue. People started talking about this thing called rainbow washing, which is basically like Lockheed Martin draping itself in a Pride flag and trying to like make it like, hey, you know.
Any Lockheed leftists? You know, any Lockheed leftists?
This idea of who's accepted at Pride. Every single brand wanted to be involved all of a sudden in like every sort of Pride celebration. And I think people rightfully started to feel a little bit weird about that and be like, okay, wait, do we need Deloitte marching alongside like weapons manufacturers at our Pride event?
Yeah, I mean, there were, during sort of the latter half of the 2010s and early 2020s, there were so many insane examples of like rainbow capitalism, rainbow washing, just various versions of...
like most, I think like Vosh has made this point before, like all of the like fucking queer people in like Seattle, a lot of them do tend to like work for like Lockheed Martin and shit like that, because I mean, hey, if they're good at their job and they fucking can, I don't know, make their drone be more explodey or whatever the fuck, yeah, they're gonna get fucking paid, and they're gonna get paid well in as expensive a fucking goddamn like city to live in as like Seattle, right? Yeah, you know, Raytheon, Boeing, Lockheed Martin, Northrop Grumman, yeah, all those fucking guys.
Really like egregious Pride marketing materials. One of my favorites, least favorites, what have you. Have you ever seen the post from the U.S. Marines?
I only sort of remember this.
So this was a few years ago, and it was the U.S. Marines official, they posted it on Twitter and Instagram.
Oh my God, is this the rainbow bullets? Oh my God, I forgot about this.
This is one of the craziest things I've ever seen. It's insane.
Rainbow bullets.
Describe this for people that haven't seen it. This was
awesome.
This was one of those things I saw all over Instagram and I was like, this is an edit. There's no way this is real, and it was real.
Yeah, so the U.S. Marines posted a like Happy Pride Month thing with a photo attached of sort of just like a clip art Marines uniform helmet.
Like a camo hard hat.
Yeah, a camo hard hat. Sorry, I don't know what these things are called. And within like the headband, there are 6 bullets, one of each color of the rainbow. It's just crazy.
Don't forget my favorite part. They're on the band holding the bullets.
Oh, yeah,
the rainbow bullets. It says "Proud to serve."
And I mean, you
That's
can
so
see a
funny,
direct
bro.
link between something like this and like in the early days of the genocide on Gaza, you had photos of Israeli soldiers standing atop mounds of rubble in Gaza that they had just bombed, planting rainbow flags in the soil to be like, we are going to bring pride to Gaza. I remember that was an actual caption, I think.
Bro, what if you were gay in Gaza, bro? Bros, what if you were gay in Gaza? You know,
Like the stupid like fucking dumbass chud jack of like,
like if you were gay in Gaza, like Hamas would like cast exterminatus upon you and would want to murder you and your entire family. Yeah.
I think on a Noah Tishby Instagram post. And not to like stretch too far in a bunch of different directions, but it just shows the limitation, like the really extreme humanitarian limitations of slapping rainbows on things.
Right. Well, there was just this inherent hypocrisy because all of these corporations are pretty evil and bad. I mean, obviously the U.S. military is evil and bad, and U.S. imperialism is bad for LGBTQ rights generally. But you also had a lot of companies that had really exploitative policies and were exploiting people in the global south, like food brands, clothing brands. A lot of this like Pride merch was being made in authoritarian countries where people were working for slave labor, basically, and sort of fast fashion, like the way that Pride merch was capitalized on. At this point, they've given up the pretense of donating 15% of the profits to GLAAD or whatever. Like it is just like sell. Yeah, this Pride merch was made in a sweatshop, but you know, get out there and buy it, wear it, be proud. And I think people that started to pay attention and started to kind of think more critically about things were like, wait a minute, are you actually furthering LGBTQ rights, or are you just trying to profit off us?
Yeah, and you know, I don't want to paint all of it with the same brush. I mean, some of it was more ethically made. Some people did donate the profits. Some people did work directly with, you know, queer graphic designers and queer artists, and some of them were, you know, respecting like queer hiring practices within their own companies. So like there was some good stuff. Like this is where it gets kind of complicated.
Before you say that, yes, there was some good stuff.
Yeah, I'm so far I am agreeing very much so with what Matt, like, this is where it does get fucking kind of complicated, because there was good things that were fucking happening. The problem is like, it just becomes like kind of like a whole rigmarole, fuck McGee kind of a situation where it's just like, you know, this thing was good, this thing was not as good, but this thing was good. I can understand why like a certain thing here and there is like, okay, blah blah blah. But like, you know, it becomes like, it's one of those things where it's like it's a really difficult square to circle, because there are fucking problems, but like you also have to acknowledge the fact that it's just like, well, you know, a lot of like sort of like justifications that people have in order to bring these products to a particular market are bad because of like a lot of various reasons. You have to do the whole like cucked fucking lefty bit, saying like, no, this is bad because of all blah 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 kind of a deal, yada yada yada, you know.
But I would say it was the minority. And I only say that because when you think about the rise of e-commerce during this time and sites like Shopify, the way they started to allow like all of these sort of smaller vendors and Amazon's proliferation during this time, where like you saw this explosion of e-commerce and you just had so many like vultures kind of come in, like these opportunists making this merch and like expendable merch also to wear during Pride events or to buy for Pride or decorations. Like, yes, I don't want to discount the few brands that did do things responsibly, but I feel like 99% of them weren't and didn't have true dedication, because we'll see what happens after 2023 as well.
Yeah, and the only other thing I want to say before you get to that, you're totally right. And again, just like with the way that all of these issues intersect, is like we're getting more and more rainbow vodka and rainbow, like, you know, made in China merch at Walmart and Target. And at the same time, like, wealth inequality continues to get worse. Like, transphobia continues to largely go unaddressed and get worse. And so while you're having these brands continue to celebrate and be like, we love Pride, we love rainbow, it's like you are also still having the conditions in this country where a disproportionate amount of LGBTQ people are still at suicide risk, at risk of being homeless, at risk of doing sex work for survival. And so it's like the sort of detachment from reality that started to happen every June, I think became more and more grating as well.
Yeah. And then we saw, I mean, I think you mentioned the transphobia. I mean, I think COVID hit as well and like pushed everyone online to an insane degree, broke a lot of people's brains, including Elon Musk's. You really started to see this virulent transphobia from the right, also just a backlash to quote unquote wokeism. I talked about this in a recent video as well, like how sort of COVID accelerated.
Well, yeah, that, and also like I think another thing that also contributes to this is Me Too backlash, right? Like a general sort of like sentiment of like, you know what, fuck the I don't know, Chi-Com woke authoritarian kind of like schizo bullshit nonsense, right? Like a lot of that shit where basically everyone's like collective brains started to like melt out of their ears or some shit, where it's just like, oh, that's right, we've had enough of these Chi-Com terrorists talking about how we can't say particular things on platforms. That's right, we've had enough of it. We're going to push back against it. We've had enough of all these goddamn woke bullshit. No more of that. And, you know, like, stuff like that. You know, the conspiratorial fucking nonsense. And again, social media is a very, very, like, a big player in the fact that, you know, of the collective sort of, like, breaking of people's brains. Guys, I think, listen, I've said this before and I'll say it again. It might be a bad thing that social media is commodified.
The far-right radicalization of masses of the public. But I would say a real turning point in all of this was Dylan Mulvaney and Bud Light. Do you want to explain what happened?
Dylan Mulvaney was hired to do a single sponsored Instagram reel that was not even matriculated to her TikTok page, where she had a larger following. She did a 60-second video promoting the beer to her Instagram followers. And
yeah, and a bunch of schizophrenics like lost their fucking minds. Like a ton of fucking freaks just were just like, no, you can't have fucking a gay fucking do this shit, and everyone just like could like it became like a sort of like mind blast. Like everyone just had fucking enough of that stuff, and I don't know. It's honestly, like, looking back on it, it's some of the fucking stupidest fucking shit on the planet. Honestly, it was just all fucking Dylan Mulvaney. Because again, it's just like, yeah, is she like, I don't know, like kind of like a silly goofy gal or something who didn't really do anything wrong? Yeah, definitely. But it's just it's one of those situations where it's just like, Dog, like, we really didn't have to fucking lose our minds over some fucking, like piss beer or some shit. Yeah, it's so fucking goofy, man.
It was like in a tie-in with like March Madness and like drink Bud Light and like you enter this like sweepstakes for March Madness or something. It was so incredibly benign and like silly. And as part of the partnership, Bud Light sent Dylan one singular can where they had printed her face on it in a sort of like stylized graphic way. And
I just want to say, by the way, this is not hard to do. I have, actually, you can't see it behind me, but I have a coffee cup with my face on it that they printed one time for press at an event. Like, it was not Bud Light, it was a coffee brand.
Oh, okay.
I'm just saying, like, the idea that like people have of like this was some custom impossible thing, they probably did this for like 500 influencers.
Yes, it was so silly.
Really? Wait, people made that fucking argument? Dog, you just use like a fucking printer for that shit. Like, hello? No, it's so difficult and exclusive. You can't fucking do stuff like that. Dog, you could just do it with like a fucking printer or some shit. There's a specialty printer that fucking does that kind of stuff. It's fucking stupid, man.
Wright is very good at like consolidating around these moments of cultural rage and like feeding on them and building their movement on them. And so it immediately started to become this thing that like all of the big right-wing influencers, like Libs of TikTok, and like Libs of TikTok I think has talked about this probably upwards of 200 times. People like Charlie Kirk, and then on Fox News, Candace Owens, everybody was like, they did what? With who? They made Dylan Mulvaney a transgender, the face of Bud Light,
Not
an
trans.
American beer, and it spiraled out of control so quickly and so violently. Famously, you had Kid Rock filming himself gunning down cases of Bud Light in his backyard.
Yeah, there fucking is the stupid weirdo Kid Rock. Quick reminder, Kid Rock wrote a fucking song about the fucking a 14-year-old, so you know, pedocon law. It's not pedocon theory, it's actually pedocon law. Remains true to this day.
And then flipping off the camera, you had people throwing actual tantrums, like filming themselves throwing tantrums in grocery stores, like throwing Bud Light down the aisles, like spilling open cases of it. Was so crazy. And I think for queer people and specifically trans people at the time, like it was so hard to look at. It was insane, to be clear, but it was also like they're doing this to the cans of beer because they want to do it to trans people.
Yes.
And it was such a violent outburst, and it was a very, very successful anti-trans campaign. And the result of that, because this was broadcast, there was essentially like a Dylan Mulvaney Bud Light segment every day on Fox News for probably a year. And the result of that was every other brand canceled their pride campaigns and more broadly stopped working with queer people and queer influencers. And I know that because that was my sole source of income, was brand work up until this point. You know, I always tell people, like, before I started my podcast and before I started like Patreon and this kind of stuff is why I started Patreon, because I realized I could not depend on advertisers anymore.
Having been canceled by many advertisers myself, like I think it's like you start to realize that like none of these.
Hey conservatives! I know that you dipshits have some fucking double standards and you don't give a fuck about any of this stuff because again, for you it's all about expressions of power, maintenance of hierarchy and fucking control. But here's an example of two people getting canceled because of a lot of work that they've done before. It's almost as if the root cause and the root basis of this is fundamentally commodification and, well, the broader sort of like capitalist form of fucking production. It's not about like, I don't know, queer people doing I don't know, goofy doopy little silly ass song and dance about like, look at me, I'm on a fucking can of Bud Light for fuck's sake. No, it's the main problem is fucking capitalism. That's what it fucking is.
Brands actually want to work with anybody that's not quote unquote brand safe. Like if you are a content creator that's challenging power, please subscribe to both of us because like we are not getting the brand money at all, at least.
Oh yeah, so subscribe to me as well, okay? Like, comment, subscribe, do all that good YouTube algo shit, okay? All I do is insult people. I also challenge power, okay? You know, I talk about, hey, so corporations, they're kind of bad guys, right? Am I right? Am I right, fellas, you know?
You know, it's a lot harder, I think, in this climate. I mean, I remember covering that story, just writing about that and seeing what Dylan went through. And I was telling you this earlier before I got on the call, but I used to do the Facebook page for Bud Light.
Crazy.
Way back in the day. And like Bud Light has advertised with the LGBTQ community actually for a really long time. Like they were one of those brands, as we're talking about, those alcohol brands that like started to do outreach to the LGBTQ community pretty early.
Yeah, in the 90s, you can see early Bud Light, Budweiser gay ads, which just goes to show you how, again, arbitrary this rage machine is. Like people think that it's like, oh, we've suddenly gone too far because look, our beer ads have gone woke. And it's like, no, you just have 10 people who are very well established and have a big reach in conservative media telling you to be angry about it now. You didn't care about this. There's nothing natural about your outrage.
Absolutely. I mean,
that's a fantastic point there by Matt. Absolutely, because it's a lot of it's incredibly fucking inorganic rage, right? It's just like, no, we have to be mad about this because of, I don't know, a stupid Bud Light commercial. Yeah, and it's just like, dog, like, are we for real? Like, we're getting mad over fucking a stupid dumb fuck Bud Light commercial? Like, why are we getting mad over this? It's so, it was just so fucking inauthentic, and it's just like, okay, man, totally, yeah, people are getting real fucking pissed and mad about this because, I don't know, they just want to, like, the shit and fart and cum everywhere for like whatever fucking reason. It's just like, dude, it's just like, ugh, God, it's so it was really fucking like stupid and fucking boring, man.
I think one thing that's changed too is the internet and algorithmic feeds and these right-wing influencers gaining so much traction around the same time where they could really drive the news cycle. And I talked about the fact of like Libs of TikTok for a while was basically like the assignment editor for Fox News during this time. Or like anything Higher Ed Chick was covering was going to be on Tucker, was going to be on Fox. And you know, back in the day when Bud Light was advertising initially, like it was mostly in queer publications, on queer websites, like in queer spaces with many other alcohol brands, but it wasn't seen maybe by some of these more conservative people, wasn't amplified to them in this bad faith manner. And I think the media played a major role in scaring corporations as well because they kept, I mean, I remember there was this pressure to like call Bud Light and see if they're going to apologize. We want to get the apology. And there was this presupposition that they should apologize, that they had done something wrong, right? Even just the way, and I've written about this too.
Yeah, when that's like the dumbest shit on the fucking planet. It's like, what did they do wrong? They didn't do anything wrong. Like, is Dylan Mulvaney, like, I don't know, like murdering children in secret or some shit? Like, no. She just did a fucking dumbass fucking commercial. Like that's literally all that she did. It was so fucking stupid, man.
Too, but the way it was framed as a controversy when it was a hate campaign. This was an intentionally manufactured Gamergate style hate campaign, but it was framed as if Dylan had done something wrong and she was persecuted, and it became this like referendum on her. And I think that all sort of made it really corrosive and toxic for other brands who were like, whoa, I don't want this mob to come for me. And it's like, as you said, it was this whatever 100 people on Twitter, but the mainstream media was playing such a key role in amplifying it.
Oh yeah. As a creator during this time who, like I said, like I wasn't doing a podcast yet, I wasn't doing Patreon yet, I didn't have these sort of other streams of income. I was just like an Instagram influencer a few years ago. And I tell people, like, up until that point in my like career, I could reliably make like a third of my annual income from Pride partnerships. And that year there were $0. Every brand canceled whatever campaign that they were doing. I lost opportunities that I'm sure I didn't even know that I had, but I know other people, other creators who like they had done the work. In some cases, the brands actually paid them their due for the contract, but they were like, we're just not gonna post any of this. Take your money and let's just like walk away from the project, because no brand wanted to be the next Bud Light.
Well, that was the whole thing.
Right.
I mean, there was like marketing essays written of like how to not be the next Bud Light.
Exactly. And, you know, God, I mean, I think this will be a case study for a very long time, and rightfully so. You also mentioned Gamergate, which I think is a really important style of campaign that was used here for Bud Light. And I say it's Gamergate adjacent because you basically just drum up a really viral, ferocious hate campaign to make something that is not controversial appear controversial.
Yes, I 1000% agree with this, by the way. It is... This shit was incredibly Gamergate-esque in nature, right? The point... Because the point of doing stuff like this is the fucking hatred, is the ginning up of like this complete like just idiotic fucking psychotic fucking campaign against I don't know, like a minority of people who are having like just a complete like psychotic like meltdown and breakdown, having like a problem with this like particular sort of, I don't know, like I don't even know like the best way to fucking describe this. Like, honestly, just like a complete fucking meltdown over like something that's just you look back on. And I hope that like we get to the point in time where people like a lot of the like stupid dumb fucking conservatives like look back on like shit like Dylan Mulvaney. I am highly doubtful of this. I don't think like conservatives are capable of reflecting like I mean, you know, death of subjectivity and whatnot. They are incapable of fucking doing a reflection like this and recognizing, like, you know, back then, I was kind of like a psychotic fucking freak, you know? I admit it, you know, I was a little bit of a fucking schizo, you know, I did a little fucking, maybe I did go a little too far with a lot of the fucking shit that I was going for and pushing for, you know, maybe they'll like, reflect and apologize for those fucking actions. I highly doubt it, because we're talking about conservatives here, but, you know... A man can hope.
Controversial, like women doing video game journalism or a transgender person drinking beer on Instagram. You make something totally benign, extremely controversial, and they had so much success doing this with Bud Light that now you see still attempts to cancel, to boycott any brand that works with anybody who isn't like Hitler's Youth. And I just saw this yesterday because I have been closely tracking this like very one-sided feud between Riley Gaines and Simone Biles, which I might be doing an episode on later this week. If you want to hear that, listen to my podcast, it'll be pretty. But Simone Biles has had a partnership with Athleta for quite some time.
Now, I've also covered this thing before. Again, like Simone Biles, she literally did nothing wrong. The only thing that she did wrong was give Riley Gaines any fucking credence at all whatsoever, and not just like keep bullying that fucking absolute fucking charlatan and freak. Because again, the only purpose that Riley Gaines really serves is to just be like a mouthpiece for conservatives in like women's sports. When in reality, conservatives could give less of a fuck about women's sports. They hate women. Like. Do you really expect me to believe that fucking conservatives care at all about the fairness and sanctity of fucking sports. These motherfuckers don't give a fuck about any of that shit, dude. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? These are the same motherfuckers who would have no problem whatsoever with, like, people like Michael fucking Phelps, a genetic anomaly, who competing in fucking swimming, if it meant, like, I don't know, being able to sort of, like, go after fucking trans people more vociferously. Because, again, the point was never the fucking fairness. The fairness is not, it's not the point. They don't give a fuck about fairness.
That focuses on empowering young female athletes, which is like adds to the irony here. But basically, because Simone tweeted to Riley Gaines and was like, stop bullying trans people, now Riley Gaines is calling for a boycott of Athleta, and it's getting quite a bit of traction online. So it is the free market, kind of. Sure, protest with your dollar, but it's just interesting how quick to punish.
I don't agree with this, actually. I don't think this is the free market. I'll be quite honest. I think this is just a complete ginning up of a fucking campaign. This is the conservatives using the free market in order to push a political agenda. It's inherently dishonest.
Brands, conservatives are now, you know, any brand who is even remotely kind to LGBTQ people publicly, it's definitely added to the national hostility.
And I mean, this is just textbook Gamergate, and I've talked about this so much, but that's what it is. And like Gamergate is about misogyny, and hatred of trans women is about misogyny, and so much of homophobia is about misogyny. But like the tactics that they use, as you said, it's manufacturing outrage and controversy around a person or a thing or an event or whatever, usually around a person, a queer or a feminine presenting person, and making them untouchable, making them toxic. And obviously I've dealt with this so much myself, where like any brand that I advertise with is brigaded, full stop. They're brigaded, they're attacked. People are going to make Instagram posts about it saying, how dare you advertise with Taylor Lorenz? She's XYZ, she's controversial, da da da. If you read articles, right, it says controversial Instagram influencer, you know, Dylan Mulvaney. It's like, Dylan didn't do anything controversial. Dylan just did an ad deal. It's this manufactured drama. And I think brands are so paranoid, not about even the online backlash, but it's the media, and it's the mainstream media and the way the mainstream media participates and facilitates these campaigns. Because I think what people realized during Gamergate is that if the mainstream media did not participate, they would have nowhere to go. And we've seen examples of this, right? We've seen them try to take down other people and the media not take the bait. I mean, very early, because now they take the bait all the time. Like, it doesn't go anywhere. But when you have, again, the New York Times.
I don't think it's that they take the bait. I don't know if I agree with Taylor on this one. I don't think it's that they take the bait all the time. I think part of it is that they take the bait all the time. But I think it's more so like a consequence of just commodification within the media, right? Like, it's not that they always take the fucking bait. I think it's just like, well, conservatives, or like broadly speaking, a lot of fucking goddamn media corporations are fucking privatized, right? Like, they need to be able to make money, and what's the best way to make money is like going into these like really stupid, dumb fucking like salacious stories that, I don't know, typically cover like some, I don't know, complete fucking nonsense.
Times, the Washington Post, or every single outlet calling the CEO of Bud Light saying, what are you going to do about this? It's successful.
Yeah,
and I think
it legitimizes it.
It legitimizes it, and it scares them, because they know that like those outlets are the ones that like institutional investors care about, shareholders care about. Like, yeah, it legitimizes it in this really horrible way. And everyone in the mainstream media, of course, participates in it, especially men, especially these male reporters. Like, look at who writes a lot of this stuff. It is misogynistic journalists who continue to participate in these campaigns and launder these hate campaigns, especially male media reporters and for the media. But yeah, there's just a lot of anti-LGBTQ and anti-trans sentiment. And I want to jump to like where that ended up going, because I think 2023 was like this bloodbath of a year. Like you said, you lost so much income. All of these brands pulled back. 2024, I feel like it was dicey. 2025 feels like it's just become like a nuclear winter. Also, you see these accounts on Twitter, like the Elon sort of orbiters that like monitor. Like, they're just waiting to see, did GameStop change their logo? If so, like, we have this army ready to brigade. And like, I feel anxious for the companies, and I hate these companies, but even I feel anxious for them, where I'm like, God, I hope they don't step on the wrong thing, where like, you know, but it's like you want them to express solidarity, but at the same time, it's so dicey for them. And I don't have sympathy. I think that they should still express solidarity. I think they should have a backbone, but I think it also shows that like this was always about consumerism. It was always about profit. And the minute that it's a brand liability, they're not going to do the rainbow logo. They're not going to do the pride merch.
I mean, it just doesn't exist anymore, which I think this is the first year that's been really clear to people, because like June 1st hit and the logos didn't change. I mean, there used to be plenty of jokes.
No, it was not. Jack Posobiec had a role to play in it. No, that was, I was going to say Chris Rufo. No, Chris Rufo was the DEI stuff. I think it was mostly libs of TikTok. Like Jack Posobiec probably did have a part to play in it, but it was libs of TikTok for sure. No, it wasn't Chris Rufo. No. Chris Rufo was the DEI CRT stuff. I think it was just purely libs of TikTok. That fucking, well, dumbass.
On gay Twitter about companies on July 1st. And it was sort of like memes where like rainbows would be melting off the walls or something, and everything would go back to being black and white. But now the rainbows aren't even on the walls. There's no more rainbow logos to turn back to black and white. They're just staying black and white. And sure. I'm of several minds about rainbow capitalism, now having seen what feels like a full cycle of this in my adulthood, where it didn't exist and then it did exist and now it doesn't exist again. And the place where I land is that now that I know what it's like for it to hit June and not see any sort of solidarity from any of these corporations through like merch or logos, I can't say that I'd hate to see those again. I wouldn't mind seeing a rainbow logo or two. I think we just, as a collective, as consumers, have to be aware of what it is that we're looking at when we see everything go rainbow in June, if that ever.
This is a really good point, because again, like, a lot of the reasons for as to why more than likely these fucking companies probably pulled back is because, like, a lot of people sort of, like, were too open with the fucking backlash, I think, right? Like, saying, like, oh man, like, this isn't really saying anything. Like, who the hell cares about all this bullshit that these fucking companies are saying? It's not honest. Who gives a fuck about any of this fucking bullshit? When in reality, I think it's in reality, I think it's like basically kind of a situation where it's just like, you know, and this is like the mind that I have of this in particular, saying like, it was a good thing considering the sort of like ridiculously commodified, like overly commodified sort of like time that we find ourselves under. Like, I regard rainbow capitalism as not a bad thing. The lack of rainbow capitalism, I think, is a bad thing. And the reason why I think of it this way in particular is because, like, we're now seeing the broader sort of consequences of that. Like, a lot of people are just, like, going ahead with, like, complete, utter, like, nonsense, and there's more hatred, open hatred of, like, a lot of, like, queer minorities as, like, a byproduct and result of, well, you know, the fact that it's now, I suppose, popular, for lack of a better fucking term. Yeah, I can't believe Adaho is pro-capitalism. Damn, I sure am not willing to recognize the material conditions that I'm around, being surrounded with. I can't believe this. But, like, it's kind of one of those things where it's just like, well, you know, the fact that there was a rainbow capitalism, I think, was preferable to what was there before, which was out and open hatred. But now it's becoming sort of like, not popular to do the out and open hatred. I think it's sort of becoming like more toxic to be associated with being, you know, not an asshole by people who are just out and about like fucking stupid assholes. I like, does it kind of make sense what I'm saying here? Like, it's just inherently fucking dishonest from like basically everyone all around. But the dishonesty that like corporations were having was like better than like them not expressing anything at all, kind of a deal.
Ever happens again, which is that this isn't activism. It is the job of these corporations. It is the job of Target. It is the job of Pepsi. It is whatever, to milk as much profit as possible from us, the consumers. That is their goal. The only reason that they are throwing rainbows up is because they think it's conducive to that goal. The other mind I have about this is that if we do see rainbows all over the place, we now know that that generally means that it's reflective of popular culture, which is maybe that popular culture is accepting of queer people. The other thing is, like, I think it's good for, you know, a teenager living in wherever middle of the country maybe to go into Target and see rainbow stuff. That I think is a small good. Now, I will say,
this is the exact same point that I think Vosh makes, which I 1000% fucking agree with. I, like, 1000 fucking percent agree with. Saying, like, yeah, it's like, listen, rainbow capitalism is cucked, it's commodified, it's fucking stupid. However, it is better than that sort of like position not being expressed about at all, or now being actively pushed back against.
A lot of these corporations, they will actually strategically only put their rainbow merch in locations closer to cities, in blue states.
In West Hollywood.
In West Hollywood, in New York, in Miami, where it's already more accepting and where the people who need to see it most aren't living and aren't seeing it.
I think like what you said is like, ultimately we live in this hyper-capitalist landscape, and merch and products are this like reflection of the values of our culture. And I was thinking that when I read this article in Business of Fashion recently called The Year Pride Went Beige, they just did this sort of survey of Pride merch across a lot of places.
It's also, this is the same fucking point. Listen, I keep saying, okay, I keep bringing them up. Daho, bringing up Mark Fisher yet again. Well, shocker, I know. I like Mark Fisher. Crazy. This is the exact same fucking shit that Mark Fisher talks about within fucking capitalist realism, where literally every aspect of life is being commodified to the fucking degree where it's just like, yeah, well, you know, the express purpose of doing all of this shit is sort of to be able to make these particular, like, products or whatever that are conducive to be able to be sold for, you know, commodified fucking purposes and shit like that. You know, yada yada, capitalist realism, yada yada.
And showing kind of how colorless it had become, and how like even the companies that are still engaging very limitedly, like in Pride, it's a gray sweatshirt with a very tiny little rainbow sign, or it's primarily just beige stuff with like a little touch of rainbow on the sleeve.
These almost look like products that are like mourning LGBTQ rights.
Well, that's how it feels. It feels like this like visual manifestation of the loss of rights, the loss of color, like the loss of like so much, I don't know, it feels like fascism kind of.
It's kind of on the nose, but like I recently saw the current production of Cabaret here in New York on Broadway, and part of in Cabaret how at least this production depicts the descent into fascism in 1930s Germany is at the beginning of the show, everyone in the cast is wearing these bright colors and bright makeup, and at the end, everyone is just wearing beige suits. And this feels a lot like that.
It does, and it makes me sad. And like you said, I'm of multiple minds because it was such a ridiculous time when we did have the rainbow-drenched everything. But I would love to live in a world where that was normalized. I don't love the like cheap profiting off of it, but at the same time, the complete erasure of Pride Month is bleak. Like you said, I think it also has led to a lot less opportunities for LGBTQ people. They're not getting the brand deals. They're not getting the influence. It's funny, Unilever, I heard recently, which had done so much Pride stuff. I spoke to a conservative influencer recently who said that they were invited to some panel or something they were doing with conservative, basically looking to work more with conservative influencers.
That Unilever was?
Yeah.
Yep.
And I haven't seen any of those campaigns go live, but apparently they were like having a session to like learn more or whatever. But this person that was telling me this is a very
oh boy, trying to fucking learn more about the schizophrenia that fucking exists within conservative thought nowadays. So tell me, what do you believe in? So I believe that Chi-Com terrorists have taken over the government. That basically the point of like the military-industrial complex is to make us all gay with their homo queer fucking fascism or whatever the fuck bullshit, you know?
Extreme far-right influencer. And what I have heard as well from other consumer brands is that they do feel like conservatism is dominant. They're looking at some of these people, for instance, that Elon was amplifying, Trump is amplifying, and they're saying, hey, look, like, again, we're a corporation. I mean, look at all of the brands and companies that sponsored inauguration events, including all the
Dude, look at all the fucking stupid ads with, like, Sydney Sweeney and shit like that, right? Like, all the, like, weirdo fucking, like, fascist-ass fucking, like... So, like, dude bro eugenics is, like, totally fucking epic and cool nowadays, right? With, like... I don't know, people who are, like, more mainstream actors, I suppose, for, like, lack of a better term, you know? It's fucking crazy, right?
tech companies, including Apple, like, you know, donating to Trump's inauguration fund and things like that.
All of these companies that were, like, clawing to work on LGBT pride campaigns 5 years ago are now, the most radical person they will work with is Alex Earl.
Yeah, literally, which is depressing. And so I hate to, like, mourn rainbow capitalism and corporate pride, but it does feel like you said the end of an era. And I hope what we can kind of like build back in its place is something better. Like, I don't know what that looks like, but I do hope for more like normalization. And at least when we do normalize, hopefully we get to a place where like LGBTQ rights are normalized again, that it is more inclusive, like you said, than the previous version. But it feels like we're in this like dearth right now, and I'm not sure how long it's going to last.
Yeah, of course. And when you see jokes online,
I'll be quite honest, I don't think that this is going to last further than the fucking Trump era. I'm gonna be honest. I think it's not gonna last further than the fucking Trump era, because who's gonna carry the torch, right? I don't think this lasts beyond Trump. I'm gonna be honest. Well, as soon as like Trump is fucking gone, like what do conservatives have in terms of like, I don't know, a broader future? Like what fucking JD Vance with his fucking pudgy dough head looking ass or some shit? Yeah, okay, bro.
You, the listener, about people mourning rainbow capitalism. Like, none of us are really missing, you know, the $3 felt bird at Target that's holding a lesbian flag. I mean, maybe some of us, but like Taylor and I, and probably you, we're mourning the culture that went with it, or at least parts of the culture that went with it. And what I will add to the end of this conversation is something that I actually said recently at like a live podcast show that I did, when people asked about like, what do we do now that like queer influencers, it's like harder to get paid and that kind of stuff. Because one of the truly good things about corporate pride projects that were happening for like a good just under 10 years there was that they did employ queer people, both in the companies that ran them and in the talent that they would choose. Influencers, artists, illustrators, writers, like they employed a lot of queer and trans artists for a period of time. And I am one of many people who had to drastically rethink how they made money in the wake of this political and cultural tide turning. And the only reason that I can still make content professionally, that I can still make work, that I can still do a podcast is through Patreon.
Yeah.
And I feel really fortunate because I have now a community there who helps make my work sustainable. But there are so many smaller, especially creators, who are just trying to build up their work independently without the help of the Target sponsorship, because those don't exist anymore, without the help of whatever Dove soap campaign or whatever that used to be able to pay their bills for potentially many months, and now those don't exist. And so what I will say is, if you like a queer creator's content, whether they do a podcast or YouTube videos or they're an illustrator, buy from them directly. Subscribe to their Patreons, buy their artists' merch, you know, directly from them, buy their stickers, buy their prints. Just support people directly, because Taylor and I have talked a lot about this, but like, if you want to get online and be a creator and say all the things that Peter Thiel wants to hear, who's going to give you money to make that an enterprise that sustains itself? Peter Thiel, or someone exactly like him.
And a million brands, and the entire right-wing economic ecosystem. Like, they have a right-wing version of Amazon. They have right-wing steaks. They have right-wing razors. They have an entire product DTC marketplace of right-wing brands that will advertise with those people. Right. We don't have progressive brands that are giving us money at all, ever.
No, certainly not. And at least not an ecosystem of them. And so just like what I tell people now is like, if you love a queer person, a queer leftist work, just support them directly. And I am almost certain that if you look not that hard, they are giving you a way and an opportunity to do that. Because I think for right now, that's the way forward. Because Target, my friend, has gone beige.
Well, Matt, thank you so much for joining me today. Where can people continue to follow your work other than Patreon?
Before you subscribe to Patreon or anything, you can listen to my podcast, A Bit Fruity with Matt Bernstein, and decide if you like it. You can find me on any of the social platforms, MattXIV, like Roman numeral 14. And it was such a pleasure to be here. I feel like as a queer creator, I have been like living the narrative that we talked about in this episode over the last 7 years since I started working in this space. And it's been so tumultuous and also so clarifying. So, you know, I hope that we can also provide that clarity for some other people too.
Well, thank you so much. It was so great chatting with you. All right, that's it for this week.
Nice, epic, very cool and very based. Wow, we learned quite a bit of stuff today. Very, very cool. Excellent. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I think I've basically said this better. I couldn't have said, like, where the fuck? Jesus Christ. My brain is, like, dying because it's, like, 2:30 in the fucking morning. Jesus Christ. I don't think I could have really said it any better myself. Yeah, like, we have a broader understanding for us to why, like, a lot of this stuff is going on in terms of, like, I don't know, quote unquote, the falling of rainbow fucking capitalism. It's because, like, reactionary backlashes to a lot of different things. Because, you know, it's not just, like, the Dylan Mulvaney ad, although that's, like, a huge fucking catalyst, which I agree with. But I think it's, like, just a sort of, like, more broader overall thing. Like, you know, you had the Gamergates of the world, you had the fucking goddamn, Me Too backlash, I think, also is a contributing factor to this as well, because, you know, misogyny and sort of, like, homophobia, all these and racism, all these fucking things that intersect with one another, generally speaking, yada, 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 you know, cucked lefty bit, cucked lefty bit, cucked lefty bit. Wow, whoa, who would have thought? All of these, like, particular things intersecting in order to make this, like, broader sort of, like, general hate campaign and movement that was catalyzed, again, by a bunch of, like, stupid dipshit right-wing podcasters who get paid by, like, fracking fucking billionaires, who are a bunch of, like, religious conservative fucking freaks. And that's, like, the main fucking, like, shebang, shabong that has sort of, like, led to this sort of, like, cultural moment that we have sort of, like, led ourselves to, right? Like, I think it's also part of it, I think, with the point that I was raising, like, you can also say, like, yeah, like, part of it is because, like, a bunch of people did not work, like, symbiotically with the fucking corporations, saying, like, yeah, you know, it's great that you're fucking doing this, and we're just, like, kind of, like, sort of instantaneously, like, shitting on the whatever the fuck thing, which I like, listen, you should always fucking shit on fucking corporations, but, you know, like, if it becomes, like, economically non-conducive to sort of, like, say this particular thing is good or whatever, blah, 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 because of, I don't know, like, because you think it's, like totally cucked or, like, lefty kind of a thing, it's gonna cause, like, a fucking backlash in, like, people who are dishonest actors saying, like, now they're already, like, providing all of this stuff, but they're already, like, being totally, you're, like, being so ingrateful and saying, like, that you're shitting on them and all this stuff, even though, like, they're sort of, like, accommodating you or whatever the fuck kind of bullshit, right? Like, it's dishonest inherently when conservatives say stuff like that, but, you know, it's a factor that plays into it, right? Like, not that I'm saying, like, queer people need to be more accommodating to corporations looking to fucking monetize them or to whatever the fuck, right? Like, I'm not saying that, but it's kind of one of those things where it's like, a lot of this, like, progress, which was just as easily sort of gained, can sort of just easily be, like, snapped away as if it were fucking nothing. And that's, like, sort of the problem that I guess we're, like, sort of facing here as a part of, like, the dumb fuck idiot backlash that we're finding ourselves under right now with a lot of, like, conservative fucking influencers and all this fucking bullshit. And because I can guarantee you, unfortunately, a lot of fucking culture gains its permission structures in hyper commodified capitalist sort of systems and states through fucking corporations. Like, that's just how it fucking is. Like, it is what it is, right? Like, that's the whole capitalist realism bit, right? Like, as Mark Fisher fucking said, like, every facet of fucking life, down to your, like, if it could be done, your fucking thoughts, your feelings, your sort of beliefs, if a capitalist can fucking monetize that shit, they fucking will, and they will try to fucking do it, and they are fucking starting to do it. And that's, like, kind of the whole, like, a deal that we're sort of, like, finding ourselves under. But, you know, overall, great video there by both Taylor Lorenz with Matt Bernstein. Very informative, learned quite a bit of stuff in terms of history, because, well, that's what I was particularly interested in and stuff like that. But also, like, the sort of, like, discussions that have, like, sort of like led to this sort of like the rise and fall of like rainbow capitalism. But yeah, you know, it was a good discussion, good to learn about certain things, reflect on certain things, you know, that talk about certain things, yada yada yada. And yeah, don't think there's really much else to say besides that. Well, nice. 7 hours. Daho, why is it almost 3 in the morning, Daho? Well, because unfortunately, fuck you. I'm kind of stupid. Duh. Why is someone commenting level 1000 copium on the fucking South Park stuff? I don't understand. That's so fucking weird, bro. Okay. People are so stupid, bro. Why is everyone dumb? Whatever. Yeah, it's fucking projection. Why don't we raid out to why don't we raid out to One Hand Politics? Man. Do not allow me to raid at this time? Well, it's because there's only one viewer. Bastard. I don't know who the fuck to raid out to then. A little bit of fucking trolling, I guess. How about freaking Justin? Freaking Justin. Alright, idiots, raid messages. You know what to do, you know what to say. Oh, actually, no. I'm not raiding out to Justin. I'm raiding out to Epic Prawn. I've not raided out to Epic Prawn in a very long time. I lied. Can't believe that Daho would lie. I've not raided out to Epic Prawn in a long time. So we're raiding out to Prawn, actually, instead. Fuck you. Alright, idiots, you know what to do, you know what to say. Try and stride with a Daho raid buff if you're a sub. If you're not sub, you the Wild with the Daho raid buff. So show appreciation to those raiding to in case gamers. I will be back tomorrow, and I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna be doing tomorrow, I'll be honest. Besides Factorio. Well, that's a guarantee. We're always playing Factorio. As for other stuff, I don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna do yet. I'll figure it out, probably. In any case, gamers, I will be back tomorrow. Same time, same place, same face. Peace out, gamers.